Good evening and welcome to this council meeting on Thursday the 1st of October 2020. My name is Councillor Penny Channer and I am the Vice Chairman of the Malden District Council. This meeting is held under new regulations which came into effect on the 4th of April in response to the COVID-19 situation, and there are just a few housekeeping issues to run through. First of all, please could I ask everyone present in this meeting to ensure your microphone remains muted and your video feed off when not addressing the council. This will reduce background noises and avoid any unintentional disturbances. This meeting will be hosted remotely, streamed live and recorded, and by being present in the meeting, you are giving consent to being recorded. Members and officers, during each item, please use the chat function of the meeting to indicate if you wish to speak. I will then invite you at the appropriate time. Members are reminded that apart from indicating you wish to speak or that you have to leave the meeting, the chat function should not be used for any other purpose. Please do not use the raised hand function as this is not available on all member devices. Members, the process this evening will obviously be different, and for some items I may invite each member to speak in turn. Therefore, I would encourage all members, pardon me, I've lost my place there, sorry, to keep your contributions as clear as concise as possible, please. When invited to speak, please ensure you turn on your microphone and camera. When speaking and referring to the agenda papers, please ensure you reference a page or paragraph number. And lastly, if members need to leave the meeting at any point, please do make this known and use the chat function to signify that you need to leave the meeting. Now, if I may ask officers taking part in the meeting to introduce themselves, start please with Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, members. Richard Holmes, Director of Service Delivery.
Okay, Mr. Leslie.
Good evening, Chris Leslie, Director of Resources.
I've got Mr. Dodson. Oh, sorry, I think you first. Sorry, Mr. Dodson. Right.
Good evening, Paul Dodson, Director of Strategy, Performance and Governance.
Thank you. Mr. Quelch, please.
Simon Quelch, Lead Legal Specialist.
Okay. Mr. Lee. I think we've got Mr. Lee here.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Matthew Lee, Lead Specialist Place here at Malden District Council and Chief Planning Officer. Thank you.
I have got Ms. Farrell, Tracy Farrell, I believe.
Yeah. Good evening, Tracy Farrell, Environmental Health.
Thank you. Miss Bird, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members. Tara Bird, Committee Services Officer. Thank you.
And is there any other officer present that I haven't called to introduce themselves? No, I hear silence, so I think that's been done. Thank you very much. Right, Tara, please now, can I carry out a roll call of members to confirm who is in attendance? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, members, I'll call your names alphabetically. If you could just confirm you're present, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Yes, I'm present, Tara. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
Yes, good evening, Tara.
Good evening. Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
Present. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Councillor Bell.
Present. Good evening, everybody.
Councillor Boyce. Councillor Boyce. Right. Okay. Councillor Dewick.
Yeah, hello, present.
Sorry.
Something's happened.
A whole collection of him.
Durham.
Bob.
Sorry, good evening, Miss Bird. I'm present.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Councillor Edwards.
Present, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Fleming.
Present, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
Good evening, Tara. Chairman and colleagues, yes, I am present.
Good evening. Thank you, Councillor Hurd. Councillor Helm.
Present, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Hull. Councillor Hull.
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yes, Tara, I'm present. Thank you.
Councillor Lagan.
Good evening, Tara. Good evening, everybody present.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Mays.
Good evening, Tara.
Good evening. Thank you. Councillor Morley. Councillor Morley. Councillor Morris.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Nunn.
Yes, here, Tara. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Councillor Shaughnessy.
Yes, good evening, Tara. Thank you, I'm here.
Good evening, thank you. Councillor Siddle.
Good evening, Tara. Good evening, everybody. I'm here.
Good evening. Councillor Skeens.
Good evening, Tara. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stamp.
Good evening, Tara. Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, members. I'm here.
Good evening,
Councillor Stamp.
Councillor Stilts.
Good evening, Tara. Good evening, everybody. I'm here.
Good evening, thank you. Councillor Swain.
Yes, present, Tara.
Thank you, Councillor Swain. Councillor Thompson.
I'm here, Tara. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Miss White.
Present, Tara. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. That is the roll call completed. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Boyce, I believe he has said he's here, but it's something about his iPad's frozen.
Good evening, Chairman. I seem to have been missed out on the roll call, but Councillor Keys is here and present.
Right.
Good evening, everybody. I'm sorry if I've ruined your night by being here.
No, not at all. Yeah. So, Tara, did you get Councillor Boyce down?
How could we forget you?
Tara, did you get Councillor Boyce down? He's there.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, Chairman, I've got Councillor Boyce. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Tara. Then in that case, I can move on now. The roll call's been completed. And agenda item number 2, I've got is apologies of absence. Tara, are there any apologies for absence, please?
No, Chairman, I've got no apologies.
Right. Okay, thank you. 3, declaration of interest. This is to just put this down a minute. To disclose the existence and nature of any disclosable pecuniary interest, other pecuniary interests, or non-pecuniary interests relating to items of business on the agenda having regard to paragraphs 6 to 8, inclusive of the Code of Conduct for members. Members are reminded that they're also required to disclose any such interest as soon as they become aware, should the need arise throughout the meeting. If any member has an interest to declare, please use the chat function now to indicate, and I will invite you to speak. Councillor Durham.
Madam Chair.
I can see Councillor Durham.
Yeah, thank you.
Chairman, I've also got Councillor Nunn requested to speak as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Durham, please.
Thank you. Somebody was trying to cut in. Thank you, Chairman. A non-pecuniary interest as a member of Essex County Council. So any matters pertaining to that organisation on the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Councillor Nunn, I believe Ms Bird's informed me you wish to declare.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Item 15, the resignation of Councillor Harker and replacement arrangements for the basin. I'm acquainted with the individual mentioned, Keith Lawson, is a friend of mine, non-pecuniary interest.
Thank you very much. Is there any other member before I make my declaration who wishes to declare an interest?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I can't use the chat function though.
Oh, okay, right. Oh, all right, thank you. I can't see your hand either. Oh, so we're on the spot of bother there. Okay, Tara, Councillor Edwards can't use the chat, so I think we're going to have to find hands, but I can't
That's
see
fine.
it on my screen.
If he uses his raised hand, Chairman, I can let you know. That's
Thank you very much. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, item 15, non-pecuniary interest.
Thank you. Now, I seem to have a hand up. Something's come up in a totally different place. Councillor Lagan, is that you wishing to declare an interest?
No, it's
Madam
Councillor
Chair.
Beale.
Let me just check and just see if it's my hands
I
up.
saw a hand up.
No, not me, Madam Chairman.
Okay,
It's Councillor.
on my screen, I've got a hand up. Okay, it's gone now. Councillor Beale, you wish to declare?
Yes, Chairman. Item 15. I'm actually one of the people been put forward to replace Councillor Harker on Heybridge Basin, so I presume that's a pecuniary.
I don't know. I think it's pecuniary, but if you feel it is, if you're saying pecuniary,
it's non-pecuniary.
I'd say non-pecuniary.
Okay, I'll go with that.
But it's your decision. But I would say it's non-pecuniary. Right. Okay. In that case, could you take your hand down, Councillor Beale, if you can, please? Can you lower your hand if possible, because it's on my screen and it's coming up in weird places. I must have a different Teams started up. Can I now declare Tara?
I'm getting
please?
meology. I'm getting there.
Okay. Tara, Ms Bird, can I declare, please, non-pecuniary as a member also of Essex County Council? So any item on the agenda that in any way relates to Essex County Council, I will highlight specifically too, although there could be others that need to come into the equation, and that will be agenda item number 11, COVID-19 High Street Recovery Plan. I better declare on agenda item number 12 as well, Bradwell B scoping opinion, although the authority is responding, Essex is bound to as well. So I'll do those two, but obviously elsewhere on the agenda where it may relate to Essex in any other way. Right, thank you, members. And don't forget, if you suddenly realise you have got an interest, just come in and declare during the meeting. Right, I believe I'm seeing Councillor Morley wants to probably try and get in, but can he join another way? By telephone or?
Yes, Chairman, he should be able to join by telephone. I'll send him the details just in case he can't get them.
Okay, thank you very much indeed if he's having difficulty. Right then,
can we butting in, Chairman? Chairman, I apologise. It's Councillor Thompson. I think he's down on his way down the road to mine, so he can use my internet. His internet's down, Councillor Morley.
Oh right, okay. So he's coming.
He can sit in my kitchen.
If you could let us know then when he arrives, and then
absolutely.
We'll do the necessary, and we'll make sure he's on the roll call. Thank you very much indeed. Right then, agenda item number 4, members, is the minutes of the 6th of August meeting 2020. And it's recommended that the minutes of the meeting held on 6th of August 2020, and they're found on pages 7 to 20, members, are approved as a true and accurate record. I so move. If you wish to second that motion, please would you turn on your video, unmute your microphone and state your name now.
Happy to second, Councillor Durham.
Thank you very much. Are all members, Councillor Hurd, do you say that you have a correction?
Yes, please, Chairman. It's on page 18. It is the middle paragraph, and I think it's 2, 4, 6, 7th line down. The paragraph starts off Councillor C. Morris.
Right.
But 7 lines down, it says left the council of their own fruition. I'm sure that should be volition.
Oh, right. Thank you very much. I think that might be well spotted. Thank you, Councillor Hurd. Was that the only one? Oh, yes, it is, because you've gone. Any other member? Or can we please approve those minutes, having been moved and seconded? Please, members, can you give assent?
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Agreed.
Thank you. That's lovely. Thank you very much, everyone. Those minutes are then agreed. Thank you. Agenda item number 5 then now is public questions, and I can advise that we have not received any questions from the public. Thank you very much. Chairman's announcements. Well, of course, we're still in very difficult, challenging times of COVID-19, and I'm sure you appreciate that actually civic events actually are very, very much curtailed now. Although I can advise, I did go to civic service, which was done virtually. Basildon's chairman did that. Very ambitious. It was lovely. And the church, we were all there. It was great, and there was various ways of doing it, and it was a very enjoyable occasion. He did have, unfortunately, a few technical difficulties, but it was all covered off so well and went really well. And it was a very moving service, because it was remembrance and recognition, bearing in mind the COVID-19 times that we're all operating in. And I think that's the main one I've done. I have had some other ones online. I think I told you about the quiz. And then there were some events that were going to be held outside, and they were August bank holiday. I was away, unfortunately. They were called bubble picnics, so I wasn't able to go. And whether or not they proceeded, I don't know, because there were certain numbers in a bubble, and obviously that was the intention, but whether they changed or not, I can't say. But I have got some other invites coming up, and some people are getting very innovative about, you know, sending videos in. Do something and send the video in, and then they can utilise that when they broadcast it. I've got Councillor Morley waiting in the lobby, so it looks like he might be there. So I think that's all I can say really for my chairman's announcements. Have we now got Councillor Morley in, Tara? Something popped up in front of your face.
I'm here.
Just like Tara,
Yes.
everything's messages I'm getting on some of them obliterating, Tara, your face. I don't know why, but I've got things popping up in places that have never popped up before, but never mind.
Chairman, I can confirm Councillor Morley is now joined the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now moving on, members, to agenda item number 7, and this is notice of motion. And in accordance with notice duly given under Procedure Rule 4, Councillor Lagan to move the following motion, duly seconded by Councillor Morris. Councillor Lagan, I'm going to hand over to you now to read out your motion, please. And then Councillor Morris, I will come to you and ask you a question. So Councillor Lagan, can I please hand over to you?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. Following the meeting that we had on the 20th of August, I felt compelled by the unity that was shown by all political persuasions of the council and a stand against the planning application raised by BRB. Part of that conversation, members, as we know, was the council's previous commitment to, in principle, to support nuclear power. So, although the principle of the new nuclear power station at Bradwell-on-Sea, a greater level of information is now available, and is appropriate to reconsider this position. During the conversation, members, grave concerns are raised and were raised regarding a new nuclear power station at Bradwell-on-Sea due to the local environmental impacts, the loss of heritage assets and ecological harm, amongst other aspects. So the motion that I present for you this evening is that the council will review the LDP to reconsider this position at the next plan review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. The wording you read out there, I think the wording succinctly was, although the council initially supported in principle a new nuclear power station at Bradwell-on-Sea, due to the local government impacts, the loss of heritage assets and ecological harm. That's the wording, I think, yes. And the motion then is that the council will review the LDP to reconsider this position at the next planned review. Councillor Morris, I believe you've seconded that. Can you confirm?
Thank you, Chairman. I've duly seconded it. I'd just like to take this opportunity to
Can I just ask, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I'll just speak now if you don't mind.
Yes, that's fine. Absolutely, Councillor Morris.
I'd like to thank Councillor Lagan for the hard work and diligence that he's shown to put this motion forward. I've got no hesitation in seconding it whatsoever, and I would request that we do this by way of a recorded vote, please. Thank you, Councillor Lagan.
Right, thank you, members. Now we have got the proposal, the motion, which has been duly moved and duly seconded. Are there any members wishing to speak, Tara?
No, Chairman, I've got no one registered to speak on this item.
Right, okay. In that case then, Councillor Morris has requested a recorded vote. Was that seconded, please?
Yes, Councillor Mays will second that.
Right. Okay, in that case then, if no one's wishing to speak, we will go straight to the vote on that. And as it's a recorded call, Tara, may I call you out call you to take the roll call again, please, and that the names will be reflected in the minutes. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman. Members, I'll call the names out alphabetically. If you could indicate if you're for, against or abstaining, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Abstain, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Brian Beale.
Against.
Councillor Bell.
Very much for.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Abstain.
Mrs. Channer.
I'll abstain because I'm in the chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jewick. Councillor Jewick.
I've got a reverb there. Has everyone else got that?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like.
Can I just confirm that was an abstain, please?
Yes, that's correct, Tara.
Thank you very much.
Abstain.
Councillor Durham.
Abstain.
Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
Abstain, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Councillor Hurd.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Abstain.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
Councillor Lagan. Councillor Lagan, are you there?
I'm just checking, Chairman. He was there a minute ago. Okay. Councillor Mays.
For.
Councillor Morley.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Obviously for.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
For, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens. Sorry, Councillor Skeens, was that a 4?
That was a 4. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
For.
Councillor Stilts.
For.
Councillor Swain.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Thompson.
Abstain.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White.
For.
Chairman, the results of that vote is
Tara, I think Councillor Lagan might be back in. I saw him waiting in the lobby and I thought I saw someone admitting him.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chairman. For some reason, the line just went vroom. The voodoos were there. So
Right. As we were during the vote, Tara, Councillor Lagan had moved his motion and it had been seconded and there was no speaking. The vote was in progress. I do think he can have the opportunity to vote. I think we know what he might be voting as. But
Okay,
Councillor Lagan, because you didn't miss the debate, because there wasn't one, and your motion was moved and seconded, if you'd like to declare your vote.
4, please, Chair. And thank you for your consideration.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, Tara, can you please give the results, please?
Yes, Chairman. So the result is 16 for, 2 against and 12 abstentions. Thank you very much.
So therefore that motion
Chairman's
is...
Councillor Beale. Can I change that? Change my mind on that one?
No, I'm afraid once the vote's taken, Councillor Beale, that's how it stands on the recorded vote.
Correct.
Okay. Right, I'm sorry about that, but it's been recorded now, and I'm afraid everyone who's voted their vote remains as is. Okay, thank you very much, members. So we've got that item dealt with. If we could then go on to agenda item number 8, which is the minute book, members, and these are the ones which do need to be presented. So can I please call on first Councillor Bamford to present the minutes of the Performance, Governance and Audit Committee of the 30th of July 2020, found on pages 21 to 28. Councillor Bamford, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, members, as the Chairman has said, this is the minutes of the Performance, Governance and Audit Committee on 30th of July. So I'll go through page by page, and this is for accuracy. 21, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27. Oh, that's actually the end. So that's the end of those minutes. So I move that those are accepted, please.
Are they seconded?
Thompson, seconded.
Councillor Nunn, seconded.
Thank you. I think we've got two there. All those in agreement? Can we do it by assent?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. I should have probably got the seconder first, so do apologise. Okay, then please, now the second minutes that need to be presented. Joint Standards Committee, 3rd of September 2020. Councillor Helm, please. Could I ask you to present the minutes, please? Councillor Helm.
Is that better?
Yes, that's it.
I'm going to present the meeting, the minutes of the joint standard meeting held on 3rd of September 2020, pages 1 to 7.
I've got pages 29 to 36 on my order paper, but it might be what we're looking at. Okay.
Yeah, okay. You'll see on page 1 there's resolved to appoint me as chairman of the committee. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6 and page 7. There's a resolve on page 6 that Councillor A.S. Fluker has failed to comply with the following sections of the Code of Conduct. You must treat others with respect. You must not bully any person. Conduct yourself in a manner which would be reasonably regarded as bringing the office of the authority in disrepute. That a letter be issued to Councillor Fluker from the Joint Standard Committee in association with the Monitor Officer and the independent person to include the following. Reference to how Councillor Fluker had not been present at the hearing nor cooperated with the investigation. Advising the outcome of the hearing, that the majority of the committee had found against him and would be recommended to council that a formal seizure be issued and he not be permitted to serve on any committee or working group for the next 12 months.
Censure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Item 3, that Councillor Fluker, that's the recommendation. Councillor Fluker had failed to comply with the council's code of conduct, and the council should issue a formal letter of censure or whatever it is, signed by the chairman of the council, that Councillor A.S. Fluker not be permitted to serve on any planning committee, including district and planning and South East area planning committee or working groups for the next 12 months. Now, members, you may not have realised, but we meet, the annual general meeting is in May each year. So in actual effect, we are banning him for 19 months, which I don't think is quite fair. And I propose that we go to the statutory annual in May 2021, if that's agreeable. That's my proposal.
Is that's May 2021, Councillor Helm, you're referring to?
21, yeah.
Right, is that seconded? Is that a proposal?
Yes, I'll second that, Madam Chairman.
Right, okay, I have a proposal then. Councillor Helm, could you just repeat that proposal? You're making an amendment to the recommendation.
That's correct. That members probably don't appreciate that actually, because the annual general meetings are in May each year, that we are actually imposing a 19 months suspension from the council. And I propose that we go to May 2021 regarding instead of May 2022, which is a bit unfair. Thank you.
Right, okay, and Councillor Bamford's come in and seconded that amendment to Little 4, that would be little 3, I've got as part of the recommendation, I believe, which you read out first, and that was about the letter, the formal letter of censure. Does that remain as is?
As is, please.
So it's little 4 where you're making the amendment to the recommendation that's been seconded.
Yes.
Okay, it's been seconded, so therefore I see various people wishing to speak, I think, on this. I've got Councillor Stamp. I can see that that name. I think wishing to speak on this element. Is that right, Councillor Stamp?
Well, I'd like to speak on the whole of the recommendation, please, because obviously an amendment has been posed before we've actually been able to discuss or debate this, which I was assured that we would be able to discuss this at tonight's meeting when I inquired about it.
We will, yes. So you can speak. I believe what Councillor Helm has put forward is little 3, which is contained within the minutes, and 4. And when he read 4, then he proposed an amendment to that, which was seconded. So yes, please speak.
Thank you. I very clearly understood what Councillor Helm had said, which actually goes against what the recommendation is, because it does say 12 months. It would be less than 12 months if members do agree with that. But my point is really, how can the council ensure, if the recommendation goes through, whether it be for 12 months or 9 months, whatever they agree tonight, Chairman, how can they ensure that Councillor Fluker cannot access any private and confidential documents or be in receipt of any emails at his email address of the council if he still has his equipment? It has been posed that if I suggest that we remove his equipment, it may be a little bit churlish, but I don't. I think it's really important that this council has complete, confidence that any sanctions or recommendations are followed through, and that Councillor Fluker is not allowed to access the meetings or any confidential documents if he is recommended that he serves 12 months of not being on committees. I also, Madam Chair, would like to make an amendment to the proposal, but obviously I'm going to have to wait, because obviously the chairman has rights above everybody else, because it's his committee that he's the chairman of, even though I'm the vice chairman of this committee. And I would like to say something. Can I say it now, actually, because I think it's really important?
Yes, I'll let you. Can I be clear, though, just to make it clear, what Councillor Helm did is propose really an amendment to that recommendation, which has been duly seconded. So that amendment would have to be got out the way first. But if you would like to come in with what you want to say, but would you like your first parts answered first?
Yes, I would, please, Chairman. Yeah. I'd appreciate that, because I think we all need to know that. It's quite important to the council's confidence.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I can answer it. So obviously I think I'll be calling on an officer. What I would like to say, and I'll ask Councillor Helm to clarify, I think from what he said, but it's for Councillor Helm, obviously, to make it clear, because you mentioned 12 months or 9 months. I think what Councillor Helm was meaning was, if the recommendation as is in 4 talks about 12 months, then that would go past the May 2021 statutory annual, and members can only be appointed to the committees, etc., at the statutory annuals, and therefore that's why he referred, I believe, to May 2022, meaning there'd be a longer period of time, 18 months, I think you said, Councillor Helm. But Councillor Helm, could you just clarify that before I probably go to Mr. Quelch?
That was correct, Madam Chairman, and there was no talk of any removal of council equipment or anything during the meeting. Thank you.
No, and it's
not. I wanted to put it as an amendment, Chairman.
Right, well, it didn't come totally over that way as a proposal, but Councillor, Mr. Quelch, perhaps you could answer those sort of questions that Councillor Stamp then put in her spate.
I mean, as I understand it, the recommendation was that Councillor Fluker should not serve on any committee or working group for a period of 12 months. Now, all members all members have the right to receive council agendas, to actually attend committee meetings, to receive P&C matters, even if they're not sitting on serving on a committee. So that would be in addition to the recommendation. The fact that somebody serves on a committee or is prevented from serving on a committee, let's put it like that, doesn't mean that under the normal practices of the council, that person shouldn't receive communications or agendas.
Right. Councillor Stamp, I think the monitoring officers answered that clearly. And Councillor Stamp, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I realise that, but that's why I was going to put it as an amendment. I just wanted to check my facts, Chairman, which is my right, because I'm actually reading what it says in the responsibilities and functions to this committee. So I've actually got it on the page where I can actually introduce that as an amendment if the other one fails. Thank you.
OK, well, we've got to bear in mind what Councillor Helm has moved and what's been seconded. I've got various people, it looks like, wishing to speak. Councillor Schemes I've got, I believe, next, and then Councillor Morris, and it looks like Councillor Lagan.
Yes, I'm a bit, I understand the problem of whether it's 8 months or 18 months, but I think it would be a bit sort of strange for us to go for less. I think we were kind of forced by the circumstances to go for the minimum of 12 months, and if that means that it works out to be longer, I think that's just a twist of the timing. So I would support. I would not be in favour of the motion. I would of the amendment. And on the just a technical question, if I may, does this amendment is different in substance and style to the amendment proposed by Councillor Stamp? Is it possible that even if the amendment passes, that is to say, Councillor Helm's amendment passes, it is still possible to hear the amendment which is different proposed from Councillor Stamp, is it not?
What I'd be doing was, if we need to discharge this first, if that's agreed, then I believe that could stand. I have to do the substantive motion, which would be as agreed. And that would be Councillor Helm's one. If that was to then fail, I guess, like if the first time around, then other amendments, I believe, can move. But I will go to Mr. Quelch. Am I right on that, Mr. Quelch, or can I just move straight away and it's agreed because the chairman's made the proposal and it was seconded?
The situation is that you obviously got an amendment already on the table. Yeah. As you rightly say, Chairman, that has to be disposed of for or against. If, for example, it is there is a vote in favour of it, then that then becomes like the original motion and other amendments. So if Councillor Mrs. Stamp wants to put another amendment in, providing it doesn't negative the original motion, then Councillor Stamp can do that.
Right. OK, because that becomes a substantive. Right. I think there was Councillor Lagan, and I've also got Councillor Durham, I think.
I think Councillor Morris was after me.
Oh, Councillor Morris, beg your pardon. What happens is my screen moves up and names disappear. OK, so Councillor Morris, you're not on my screen anymore, but I did call you out. So Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to remind all members that Fluker didn't even turn up. He didn't even have the decency to turn up at the joint standards hearing. I don't see why we should be cutting him any slack. And also, he hasn't even apologised sincerely or properly to the people involved. It's gone so far down the road now. There's been no apology whatsoever as far as I'm concerned. And we shouldn't be cutting him any slack. He couldn't even be bothered to turn up. Thank you.
Councillor Lagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had my question answered earlier on, so I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Durham.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman. I just would like to ask a technical question from Mr. Quelch, if possible. I understand the recommendations of the Joint Standards Committee and the removal of the right to sit on committees. But Mr. Quelch, am I correct in assuming that Councillor Fluker remains able to attend and vote at full council meetings? And if the answer to that is yes, then clearly he's going to need some sort of apparatus to be able to receive minutes, etc. And he is still the elected member for his ward, and he needs to be able to conduct ward business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Any other member wishing to speak? Mr. Quelch. You're on mute, Mr. Quelch.
Sorry, Chairman. Thank you. Yes, to answer Councillor Durham's question, he's absolutely right. Councillor Fluker is the elected member for Southminster, and that cannot be taken away from him. So he's entitled to sit at council meetings, and as such, obviously needs the support of the council, whatever form that takes, to be able to do that.
Right, thank you. Right, Councillor Helm. Councillor Helm.
Yes.
Could I just ask you, we've got little 3, which you haven't proposed any difference to, and then little 4. Could we just make sure members are clear on the proposal, the amendment?
The proposal is because of the actual suspension would end up as 19 months, not 12 months. I propose that we go to May 21. Thank you.
Right, the statutory annual of May 2021.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, can we have a recorded vote, please?
Is that seconded?
Yes.
Yes, I'll second that.
Madam Chair,
Right.
can I have another bite at the cherry? Because I think this is a really serious thing yet again. Sorry, Madam Chair, but this is just diluting another serious thing. It's an external meeting. It was found Councillor Fluker was the leader of this council, and we're going to allow him, due to everybody, gathering round yet again, to 9 months. Hang on a minute. This is serious. I thought we were trying to clean this council up. I'm sorry, Chairman, and you can shut me up and turn me off. But this is serious, Chair.
Here.
Thank you, Councillor Stamp. I think everyone understands what your views are, and I believe, I know perhaps you weren't on that committee. No, you weren't, I don't think, that one. And I think they understand, but there we are. We have an amendment made to the proposal on the table, and that has been seconded. I've given, Councillor Hurd now, you want to speak? Councillor Hurd.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I would like to remind members that this was indeed an outside committee. The recommendation is for 12 months. Now, there's no reason why after 12 months, Councillor Fluker can be included in any working groups or indeed attend any meeting where, with the permission of the chairman, he would be able to speak.
Exactly.
But I would certainly not agree that it should be less than that given out by the Joint Standards Committee. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Hurd. Anyone else wishing to speak, please? Yes, Councillor Bamford. Councillor Bamford.
Okay, thank you.
Are you there? I heard you. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Chairman. I just want to clarify this because I'm sure this is right, that actually, even though Councillor Fluker might be excluded from serving on the committees, he still has a right, if the chairman of the committee agrees, to speak to any committee, including planning, with the permission of the chairman. Even though he may not be serving on the committee, taking part in the debate or voting, he still has a right to speak if the chairman allows it. Am I correct in that, Mr. Quelch, please?
Mr. Quelch, through the chair, please. Mr. Quelch, can you answer the query?
Yes,
Councillor Bamford.
Chairman. If Councillor Fluker is banned from sitting on any committee, he has still the rights, all the rights of any member that is not serving on a committee, which includes that one that Councillor Bamford has already mentioned, that with the approval of the chairman, he can address any committee.
Does that answer that query okay, Councillor Bamford?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Right. Okay, members. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes,
Councillor
please.
Hurd, I'm going to be a bit lenient here and let you come back because I let Councillor Stamp have another bite of the cherry. So I will let you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that would not really be in the spirit of the censure that was put forward. It said 12 months, and I think that that's merely playing with words.
Well, thank you, Councillor Hurd. I think Mr. Quelch answered Councillor Bamford's questions. Is there any other member, Tara, that has asked to speak?
Councillor Bell asked to speak.
Councillor
Bell, Chairman.
Councillor Bell. Sorry, I couldn't see your name, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind members that actually it's not just the Code of Conduct we're talking about here, it's the Equalities Act 2010 that Councillor Fluker has breached. And by lessening this sanction, in my view, we are thumbing our noses at equality legislation, which I don't think we want to be doing. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Here.
Here. Any other member?
Chairman, Councillor Hurd has asked to come back. Sorry, Councillor Morris has asked to speak, and Councillor Siddle.
Right, Councillor Morris, as I've been lenient with the other two members, Councillor Stamp and Councillor Hurd, I'll let you come back.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask, should we not be asking Councillor Fluker if he's got anything to say? Maybe his ego would allow him to do a sincere apology. Should we not be asking Councillor Fluker what he wants to say about all this? He's here.
I'm afraid that's not been the proposal put on the table, and it wasn't a proposal, I don't recall, not that I was at the meeting, that came forward from the Standards Committee. We're dealing with the recommendations as were and the amendment that's been moved and seconded. Councillor Siddle, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, I raised this particular complaint, and at no point, and as Councillor Bell has said, not only has this broken the Code of Conduct, it is also against legal legislation. So therefore, the council has to ensure that we send the right messages, that we expect our councillors to behave in an ethical and legal manner. And therefore, we need to abide by what the Joint Standards Committee has decided. They've made their decision. We need to abide by that. Obviously, I feel very hurt by what has happened to me. The last 18 months has been some of the most stressful of my life, and it's made being a councillor tainted. That's all I would like to say.
Thank you, Councillor Siddle. I would remind members the recommendations on the table, that is the matter we're debating. I can understand you're wanting to bring other matters into the equation, but it's the amendment we're really speaking to. And I think I saw Councillor Lagan wanting to come in now. I know he said earlier that his questions had been answered, but Councillor Lagan. And then Councillor Thompson.
I just thought that I listened for learning, because obviously it's still a new experience for me to be privy to one of these JSCs, and the meeting was incredibly well run. The actual due diligence on the investigation, as an investigator myself, was exceptionally well delivered. And at the end of the day, there was a case to answer. And I have no personal axe to grind against Councillor Fluker. The facts of the matter were brought out there amongst his peers plus external persons. I think that the view of the Joint Standards Committee and the recommendations to us are fair and sound. And if the conduct hadn't have been delivered in the way it was, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, and Councillor Siddle wouldn't have suffered so badly. And I think at the end of the day, I would support the 12 months extending into that. Unfortunately, because again, the strength that the council needs to show moving forward on so many issues, it just can't be thumbed at. and other members who were basically prejudged and didn't get what they deserved have got away with something, and Councillor Fluker does need to be held to account, unfortunately. Thanks for letting me speak, Chair.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Councillor Thompson.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to point out, as reference has been made to the Equalities Act 2010, that age discrimination is dealt with under that as well. And yet, in the following JSC meeting in the afternoon, that was completely discounted and a totally different view was taken.
Point of order, Chairman, point of order. It's got nothing to do with this, what we're debating now. Sorry, Mr. Thompson.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
Councillor Stamp, can you, point of order, what rule are you referring to within the Constitution?
Well, to be honest, I didn't know she was going to say it, so I haven't looked the rule up, but we all know that she can't, Councillor Thompson shouldn't be allowed to bring that up because it's not being debated. The age thing is not being debated at this committee now.
No, I believe what she was doing was making a reference to the proposal on the table. The Equality Act was mentioned, and Councillor Thompson was just giving the other side of the coin, not bringing that into the debate. There's going to be no decision on that, but just making a point. And I've let other members raise points that, if you like to say, do stray away, actually, probably from the content of what we're discussing, which is the amendment. And it is purely to do with the time period. It's not saying, Councillor Siddle said some things which I appreciate because I'm aware how Councillor Siddle feels, but actually what the issue on the table is, Little 3 remains as is, as I understand from Councillor Helm, and he's just talking about making it to May 2021 so that it doesn't extend to about 18-19 months, which is what would happen because only statutory annuals can appoint the committees, and that would be a period of to May 2022. Right, any other member wishing to speak? I think that's it, Tara. I can't see any other members.
No, Chairman, I haven't got any other members.
Have you got that wording down, Tara, at all?
Yes, Chairman.
Could you put that? Could you read that out so members are clear? Can you read both the recommendations? I know Councillor Helm didn't change one, so if you could just read both the recommendations, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman. So recommendation 3 is as recommended from the committee, which states that as Councillor A.S. Fluker has failed to comply with the Council's Code of Conduct, the Council should issue a formal letter of censure signed by the Chairman of the Council. And recommendation 4, as amended by Councillor Helm, is that Councillor A.S. Fluker not be permitted to serve on any committees, including the District Planning and South Eastern Area Planning Committees or working groups, until May 2021.
Councillor Helm, I think that summarised your amendment to the original recommendation.
That is correct.
In that case, it's there's no further members wishing to speak. I'll take a roll call, please. Sorry, it's a recorded vote. So, Tara, if you could do the roll call, which will be a recorded vote.
Can I just have, sorry, can I ask for a little bit of clarity there? Are we voting just on the amendment here?
Well, yes, the amendment, but it goes hand in hand with Little 3, which is not altered. So we're voting on the amendment to Little 4, but I wanted members to be clear that Little 3 hasn't altered at all. So that remains. Little 4 is the amendment. And I just wanted Tara to read out the wording for the recommendations as now stand. So it's the amendment, the proposal that Councillor Helm has made. And if that's passed, then the two together, Little 3 and Little 4, with the amendment incorporated, becomes a substantive position.
Madam Chair, I had an amendment though, didn't I?
No. If you recall what Mr. Quelch said when he answered that, we have to do this to get this off the table first.
But then does that go to the substantive motion and then I can amend it?
That is what Mr. Quelch said could happen. Mr. Quelch, is that correct?
That's correct. Whatever the result on this particular amendment, Councillor Mrs. Stamp can then put forward another amendment.
Sorry, so if the one with the amendment falls, then it goes back to the substantive motion and we vote on that. Is that what happens?
The Chairman, just through you, Chairman, the situation is if the amendment fails, then the motion is unchanged and any other member can put forward any other amendment to that recommendation.
Yeah. Thank you,
But,
Mr.
Mr. Crouch, I believe if the amendment is agreed, the proposal as now on the table, 3 and 4, then I will move that as a substantive. And then if that doesn't pass, then another amendment can come in. Is that correct?
Well, what the situation is, there's two stages, isn't there, Chairman? The first stage is a vote on the amendment. Should the original proposal be changed in accordance with the amendment of Councillor Helm?
Yes.
If that's voted for, that becomes
the substantive.
Yes, the substantive motion. If against, it remains unchanged, but there's no vote being taken on for or against the actual changed or unchanged motion, which means that there can be other amendments proposed until, obviously, Chairman, you get to the point where all amendments have been exhausted and have been voted on, and then you put the changed or unchanged recommendation to the final vote for acceptance or rejection.
Yeah, I suppose the point I was making is, should the amendment be passed, then I can move the substantive motion with 3 and 4 with the amendment. If that fails, then more amendments can be taken.
In either situation, more amendments can be taken.
Okay, rightio. So we can just do an amendment and see how that goes. Okay, right, members, I hope you're clear. So we're voting on the proposal of Councillor Helm as Miss Bird's just read out. It was little 4. Councillor Helm made the proposal to change the wording in terms of the time period only. Right.
I'm asking for clarity.
Right. Thank you. Does that help, Mr. Councillor Skeens?
Well, no, I mean, I've got people ahead of me like Stephen Nunn asking to speak on this because I'm not clear, and I suspect he may not be either.
Okay. Councillor Nunn, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Are we not making this unnecessarily complicated? There are 2 clear recommendations here, albeit that recommendation little 4 has been amended. Can we not vote on recommendation little 3 first, get that out of the way, and then vote on the amendment to little 4? And if that fails, return to 4. Surely 3 and 4 are separate issues and can be voted on separately.
Well, they're all part of the recommendation, but if that's what members would like, to deal with little 3 and deal with it separately, I think we can do that, Mr. Quelch.
Yes, please.
Can we do that, Mr. Quelch?
Sorry, Chairman. Yes, I mean, that's a pragmatic solution. Obviously, there seems to be no one that wants to amend Roman numeral 3. The issues are around 4. So that seems a pragmatic solution.
Right, members, are you content to take little 3 and it's a recorded vote because Councillor Morris requested a recorded vote, so it will have to be on all elements that we're going to be voting on. Are you happy to do it in that way? Take 3 first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, okay. In that case, Tara will do, this is for little 3 now, to get that out the way, and then we'll go to the amendment. Beg your pardon, I'm just having a cough there. I'll just get my water, sorry. Right, Tara.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, this is for recommendation 3, as the Chairman mentioned. I'll call your names out alphabetically. If you could just indicate for, against or abstaining, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Miss Beale.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Brian Beale. Councillor Beale.
Sorry, 4.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Dewick.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
4.
Councillor Edwards.
4.
Fleming.
4.
Councillor Fluker.
Abstain.
Councillor Hurd.
4.
Councillor Helm.
4.
Councillor Hull.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
I'll just clarify, Tara, this is for the amendment.
No, Councillor Jarvis, this is for recommendation 3. So this is the recommendation.
Little 3. It's little 3, Tara.
Little 3. Yes.
Thank you. 4.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
4, please, Sarah.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
4.
Councillor Stilts.
4.
Sorry.
Councillor Swain.
4.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mrs Thompson.
4.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White.
4.
Chairman, the result of that is 26-4, nobody against and 4 abstentions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, now then we go to little 4, and Tara did read out the wording for that, the amendment, and it is really regarding the time period, and there it is proposed, I believe, to May 2021, not the 12 months. It's to do, it ties in with the date of the next statutory annual. That's correct, Tara?
Yes, Chairman, that's
Thank
correct.
you. I precede your words that you kindly called out there. Right, again, then we now will take a vote on that. So if we could please have a recorded vote.
Chairman, would it be useful if you said how many months it would be for, please?
Well, I'm not going to work that. Councillor Helm.
December, January, February, March.
Well, 7, Chairman, I reckon that.
7 or 8 since he resigned from everything.
Well, that's quite a lot of difference, isn't it, members?
Yes. Nearly half.
Is it 8 months?
8 months.
8 months. Yeah.
8 months.
I think, Councillor Helm, it's 8 months. I haven't worked it out.
That, yeah.
No, I need that to be sort of said from someone else. It's not for me to answer question because it wasn't my proposal.
That's 8 months.
Chairman, is that not 6 months?
Okay.
It's 7 and a few days.
Yeah, 7. It's nearer 7.
Right. Members, please, can we have the recorded vote? But I think Councillor Helm was clear. It was May 2021, and that's the statutory annual date, and not going on, which it would do, to May 2022, because as I explained, and has been, I believe, confirmed, that's the way that a member can then be appointed back to committees at statutory annuals. Right, Tara, I think we have the roll call, please.
And Chairman, just to clarify, obviously the schedule of meetings is up for approval later on in this agenda, but the scheduled statutory annual date is the 13th of May, if that provides some assistance.
Right, thank you.
So members, voting again as before, if you can just indicate for, against or abstain, and this is recommendation 4 as amended by Councillor Helm. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
4, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Councillor Brian Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
4.
Councillor Mrs Channer.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Dewick.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Abstain, please.
Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
Abstain.
Councillor Fluker.
4.
Oh, was that a 4, Councillor Fluker?
4.
Thank you, sorry. Councillor Hurd.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hull?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Keys?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan?
Against, please, Sarah.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Against.
Councillor Morley?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Morris?
Definitely against.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn?
Against.
Councillor Shaughnessy?
Against.
Councillor Siddle?
Against.
Councillor Skeens?
Against.
Councillor Stamp?
Against, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts?
Against.
Councillor Swain?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Thompson?
4.
And Councillor Miss White?
4.
The results of that is 11 for, 17 against and 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Right, so that amendment is carried. So that is that.
Chairman, sorry.
Fails.
No, the amendment.
Fails. Amendment.
Oh, sorry, did I hear that? Sorry, I heard that wrong then, Tara. Can you read it out again?
Yes,
Sorry, again.
Chairman. The result was 11 for, 17 against
I
and
beg your
2
pardon.
abstentions.
Yes, beg your pardon. It fails. Sorry, beg your pardon. That's as so that's therefore the recommendation stands as is. Well, it's resolved now, actually.
Agreed.
Chairman, I'd like to put an amendment, please, which is what I asked for at the beginning.
I believe we can do that, Mr. Quelch, can't we? Because I think that's what you said. Another amendment could come in.
Yeah, technically, Chairman, that was just a vote on whether the amendment should change the original
recommendation.
So the original recommendation
stands
and needs to be voted on. So that means other amendments can be made.
So I've got to now vote on the original recommendation as was. We've got to have another roll.
Unless there are other amendments that are put forward.
Yes. So I'm going to be voting on the substantive motion now, which is, because the amendment failed, it says the recommendation on the order paper. Unless there's Mr. Quelch, any other amendments. So I'm going to put that on the table. So there's no further amendments coming forward. You heard what Mr. Quelch said. So the substantive motion is little 4 now.
Clarity,
I want to put an amendment, Chairman.
Well, Mr. Quelch said if there's no amendment. So if you want to put the amendment.
Yeah, which I've been asking to since the beginning of the debate, Chairman.
Mr. Quelch just said if it's equal as long. If you want to move another amendment, we've now got the substantive motion. So you want to now move an amendment on that?
Can I put an amendment, please?
Right. Is it to do with little 4?
It's an amendment that won't negate the original motion. If you'd have allowed me to ask it, we wouldn't be having this question now. I want to ask advice if I can put this amendment to Mr. Quelch, please, Chairman.
Yes, and Councillor Mrs. Stamp, please. I did explain quite clearly because there was an amendment, the process, and I even got that checked out by Mr. Quelch at the time. So I did give you the opportunity and I did actually treat you with the regard to get that answered. But yes, please ask your question to Mr. Quelch if you can put your amendment, because it's obviously you want to bring some other wording in.
Yes, I do. Mr. Quelch, would we be allowed to, as a gesture, be able to recommend, or do we have the power as a council to be able to discharge the function of Councillor Fluker's allowance that could be sent to the Outhouse East project, or a portion of his allowance that he will no longer be getting, or if he won't be getting it, or to the LGBT community as a gesture of goodwill? I'm not sure if we're allowed to do that, and I take your advice if we are or we aren't, but I think that would be absolutely superb from this council. Thank you, Mr. Quelch. I'll wait for Mr. Quelch.
Yeah, through the chair, please, Councillor Mrs. Stamp.
Through the chair,
Quelch,
I think
sorry, does someone say something? Sorry.
Yes, I said through you, Chairman, to Mr. Quelch.
Thank you. Mr. Quelch, I think I know the answer.
Yes, the answer is that's not legal to remove an allowance.
Right, okay.
That's not legal to remove an allowance.
Right, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Quelch. I'll wait for Mr. Quelch.
Yes, the answer is that's not legal to remove an allowance. Yes, the answer is that's not legal to remove an allowance. Not at the moment, anyway. There are certain recommendations that are being considered by various groups, but at the moment, the present state of the law is you can't remove an allowance as a sanction for breach of the code of conduct.
Oh, that's a shame. Mr. Adrian Fluker may do it himself, though. That would be nice. Thank you, Chair.
So bearing that in mind, can I then move, just for completeness, the Mr. Crouch, I'm going to move the substantive now, number 4, as on the order paper, because the amendment was lost. So can we take a recorded vote, please, Tara?
Yes, Chairman, of course. Members, again.
Chairman, I'm really not sure what we're voting on here.
You
I thought we just voted for that.
No, the amendment failed, Councillor Beale. The amendment failed that Councillor Helm put forward to change to the proposal to 2nd of May 2021 failed. So therefore we go back now to the substantive, which is recommendation Nickel 4 as on your order paper. And shall I read it out?
Do you want me to put it on the screen, Chairman?
Yes, actually, can you put that on the screen? That would be helpful.
So this is the 2 recommendations, 3 we've agreed.
Yes.
And this is the recommendation 4 that we're going to vote on.
And it should be exactly the same as on your order papers, members.
Yes.
And because Councillor Morris requested a recorded vote, I have to do it for the whole purpose. So, okay, members, if we could go through now, a roll call, Tara, and recorded vote.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, as before, I'll call your names out alphabetically. If you could just indicate for, against or abstentions, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford.
Sorry, Tara, I've lost the plot now. What am I
We are
voting?
voting for recommendation 4, Councillor Bamford, as
Well, the
detailed in
original
minutes.
Yes, Councillor Bamford, the amendment placed by Councillor Helms, seconded by yourself, failed.
Yes,
so now we
realise
go back to the substantive, which is Little 4, Little 3, having already been dealt with.
All right, so I'm against. Tara.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bassinger.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale. Councillor Miss Beale.
Miss Beale, Councillor Miss Beale, are you there?
Councillor Miss Beale, I think you're muted.
Sorry, can you put the motion we're voting on the screen, please?
It's Little 4. Put it up, can you, Tara, please?
Yes, Chairman. There we go, members.
No, that's 4.
Yeah.
Did you mean 4 as a number or 4 as yes?
Little 4, it's Little 4.
Yes, I'm for it.
So you're 4. Thank you, Councillor Miss Beale. Councillor Brian Beale.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dewick.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Given this was the decision of the JSC, I'll respect that and I vote for.
Thank you very much. Councillor Edwards.
4.
Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
Against.
Councillor Lagan.
4, but did you miss Councillor Hurd out?
Apologies, Councillor Hurd. My apologies. Sorry, members.
That's okay, Tara. Thank you. I'm for.
Thank you, Councillor Hurd. Do apologise about that.
That's all right.
Sorry. Councillor Lagan, sorry.
Sorry, Cara, that's 4, please.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mays.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Obviously 4.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
4.
Councillor Skeens.
4.
Stamp.
4, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
4, Tara.
Councillor Swain.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White.
Against.
Chairman, the results of that is 19 for, 11 against and no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you. So therefore, little 4, as on the order paper, has been agreed. So as per the order paper, 3 and 4, which was the recommendation to council from the JSC, has been agreed. Thank you very much, members. We spent quite a bit of time on that. If we could move on, because we've got a lot on the agenda, so if everyone could speak succinctly, I'd be very much appreciative. So we now move on to the minutes of the Strategy and Resources Committee of the 17th of September 2020, and they're found separately. Members, you should have all received the supplementary pack of these minutes. Tara Bird did send them all out, so you should have them. And Councillor Swain, can I please call on you to take the minutes, please? Present the minutes to the council.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I wish to present the minutes of the Strategy and Resources Committee held virtually on the 17th of September on the agenda item HC, pages 3 to 7 on the supplementary pack, and move their acceptance and adoption.
Is that seconded? Is that seconded, please?
Seconded. Second.
Thank you.
Seconded.
Councillor Mrs Stamp seconded. I heard Councillor Stamp's voice first. Councillor Swain, please continue.
Yes, I will go through page by page then, beginning with page 3 on the agenda item HC. Page 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and so move.
Is that agreed, members? Can we agree by assent, please? Affirmation?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Swain. Thank you for that. Members, moving on swiftly now. I'm looking at the time. Agenda item number 10, questions in accordance with procedure rule 6.3 bracket 3, of which notice has been given. I can advise that we have not received any questions in accordance with that procedure rule. So we can move on now to agenda
Chairman,
item.
sorry to interrupt. You've missed out minutes of meetings of the council.
Oh, have I?
Yeah.
Agenda item 9, Chairman.
Oh, beg your pardon, everybody. Beg your pardon. You know what it was? I turned over too soon from seeing Councillor Swain's name at the bottom, and I didn't see that one. 9. Sorry, I beg your pardon, members. Minutes of meetings of the council. To note that since the last meeting of the council and up until Wednesday, 23rd of September 2020, council agenda dispatch, the committees listed have met and to receive any questions in accordance with council and committee procedure rule 6 bracket 2. If any member wishes to raise a question in relation to the minutes of this meeting, please make this known by using the chat function within this meeting. Tara, has anyone indicated to speak, please?
No, Chairman, no one's indicated.
Okay, members, no one's wishing to speak. Therefore, I confirm you're happy to note these minutes. Can this be agreed by assent, please?
Agreed.
Members?
Agreed.
Thank you very much indeed. Now I'll go back to where I was. Agenda, Councillor Swain, could you turn off your camera, please?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. And go on mute if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 10, I will repeat it. Questions in accordance with procedure rule 6 bracket 3, of which notice has been given. I can advise that we have not received any questions in accordance with procedure rule 6 bracket 3. So moving on swiftly now to agenda item number 11, COVID-19 High Street Recovery Plan. And in the moment, I will call on the leaders exit to present this item. And members, please may I remind you that if you wish to speak on this item, please make this known by the chat function within this meeting. I will then come to you in turn following the leader of the council's presentation. Please keep your points clear and succinct. And if I could request that, bearing in mind the time that we did take on that minute situation, the recommendation. Leader designate, please, Mike, call on you, please, to present this report.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we have Tracy Farrell, who's going to outline the COVID-19 High Street Recovery Plan, which is going out to consultation. So I will with your permission, Chairman, hand over to Tracy, and I also would like, after Tracy, to call on the chairman of the working group just to make a few points as well. So
Okay.
may I hand over to Tracy Farrell, please?
Yes, of course. Ms Farrell, please.
Thank you, Chair. As part of the COVID-19 High Street Recovery Plan, the Interim Measure Group approved a framework back at the beginning of June to support engaging with our highways colleagues and other stakeholders to look at opportunities to widen pavements on the High Street, to support social distancing, to help keep the transmission rate of COVID-19 low, while also improving consumer confidence to support the business recovery. The recommendation of this report is for Council to approve a public consultation to ask businesses and residents how they would like to see the space improved and to look at ways to address challenges we know exist at the High Street. The consultation document that you see on your screen is in Appendix 4 and has been developed to understand how people use the space now and how they would like to use the space in the future. The road plans in the appendices are merely indicative. Apologies for the quality. They were produced by our highways colleagues, just as an example of how space could be freed up. And they were prepared mainly in response to stakeholder engagement throughout the COVID response, including the Widen My Path online interactive tool that we've been using, where residents have commented. We propose that the consultation runs from the 5th of October for 6 weeks, and on reflection, having listened to members of the working group, would propose an additional question be added around the impact that any restriction on motor cars on the High Street might have, and to gauge stakeholders' views on this. And I'm happy to answer any questions on the consultation if required. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Farrell. I think the leader designate, before we go to that then, should we take questions first to Ms Farrell and then I think the chairman of the working group, or would you prefer that the chairman of the working group, leader designate, comes in now before questions?
The chairman, please, first.
Yes, I did say, Chairman,
okay.
for the chairman of the working group.
Councillor Fleming, I believe that you're the chairman of the working group. If you'd like to say a few words before we get questions.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Tracy Farrell for all of the hard work that she's put into this. And I just wanted to point out to members at this stage that this scheme before you is not the scheme that the officers at Malden originally put forward towards the Active Travel Fund. So this scheme was devised by Essex Highways, and it does have a number of difficulties. So you should all perhaps be aware that if it goes to consultation, there will be significant comment from various quarters. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Any questions, please, for Ms Farrell's presentation there? Would any member? I have got some names, so I'm assuming these are questions. Now, I think Councillor Nunn, Mays, Morrison, Lagan, and Swain, was it?
Yes, Chairman, that's correct. Councillor Swain as well.
Okay, I've got Councillor Nunn then. And you're a ward member, I think, Councillor Nunn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am a ward member, and I've been reminded by a number of residents that I'm a ward member recently, who are very concerned about this situation. And therefore, I think consultation is extremely important. Yes. And I'd like to ask Tracy, in the form of a question then, given the contact I've had from shopkeepers and some residents, can we be assured that this idea is not a move towards permanent pedestrianisation?
Thank you, Councillor Nunn. No, the suggestion here is that we engage with stakeholders on how they would like the space improved in response initially to COVID-19 and to support the business recovery.
Yeah, I think the consultation's aim is to get the residents' view on this, and obviously there'll be coming ideas out of that. Does that answer your question, Councillor Nunn?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Mays, I believe you're a ward member.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I've got just a couple of questions. If the consultation goes ahead and it comes back, and if there is overwhelming rejection of the ideas, what is the next stage that officers will look at?
Well, I think the consultation responses will come back to council, but I'll ask Tracy to confirm and clarify.
Yes, obviously when we receive the responses, we'll collate them all and present them back to council for decision making.
Hope that's helpful, Councillor Mays.
Yes, it is. Thank you. And I just have two other questions.
Yes.
One was the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. And it says that in phase 1, a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit would be implemented. Would this be enforceable? And also, what sort of relaxations are you considering or are being considered with reference to the licensing restrictions? I did try to find in the various bits of paper that I have, because I also sit on the working group, but I couldn't actually find anything on that. Thank you.
Who'd like to answer that? Tracy?
Well, first of all, all speed limits on all roads are enforceable at all times. However, they aren't enforced at all times. So we would look to be running a scheme, and we have delegated authority within our own officers to do traffic calming and traffic monitoring. So yes, the 20 mile an hour is certainly enforceable. And then with relation to relaxation of the rules, obviously the relaxation of the rules is in relation to the interpretation of the Licensing Act and how the Licensing Act considers the 4 objectives of the 4 licensing objectives and how they are interpreted in terms of safety. And obviously there'll be some changes to how safety might be perceived in relation to COVID-19 and the need for additional space.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Thank you very much.
Right.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Councillor Morris, I think you were next on my list. Then I've got Councillor Lagan. I can see now, I think, Councillor White as well. And looks like Councillor Durham. Councillor Morris, you've got a question on this item. Thank you.
I don't actually, Chair. What I was referring to is I have a question for the leader later on in the agenda.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much, Councillor Morris. Councillor Lagan then, please. And I apologise if I've got anyone out of sequence in the way they come up, but I'm trying to get them down, and I'm sure Tara will correct me if I've got it wrong or I've left someone out. So Councillor Lagan, please.
That's not a problem, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Ms Farrell, as well for the work that's gone in, and also to the working group. Obviously, as a Malden born and bred boy, this attracts my radar. I was pleased to see in the paper that in section 3.6 that Essex County Council didn't support the one-way system, and the widen the path consultation where people had the opportunity to contribute, which I did as well. I noted that this doesn't seem to be exceptionally well supported by people in the district. We've got 64,425 registered people, but we've got less than 30 suggestions in the high street. There's an overwhelming statement said to me by people who I've known and grown up with, and new people that they know how to navigate these areas, and the COVID-19 restrictions that have been here for a while. So I'm not supportive of widening most of the areas of the high street and making it one way. And I am interested and I will support the consultation. But when we talk about getting the groups of school children, getting their ideas, well, that's great. They should be engaged with it. But this is about returning the high street to some form of normality and making the high street a better and greater experience for shopping. And I do wonder how many people will join me on a Sunday and come for a bike ride up the high street if that's done. So just a couple of points. They might sound critical, but I think they are applicable. So thank you, Chair, for letting me speak.
No, that's your right, Councillor Lagan. On the item, it's under debate. Right, then I've got Councillor White next.
Chairman, Councillor Swain as well, and Councillor Fleming, just to make you aware.
Right, OK, if I go to Councillor White, then Councillor Gordon, then I'll go back to Councillor Swain, because he must be earlier on, because he's not showing at all on mine. So Councillor White, and then I'll go to Councillor Swain, and then Councillor Durham and Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. And this is a question for Tracy, really. I was sort of very supportive of issues to try and link them in with the high street. But am I right in thinking that the pollution didn't actually go down very much during the coronavirus epidemic, when people weren't using the high street very much, and that it's likely that a lot of the pollution comes from fossil fuels and things? I just wanted to make sure I'd heard that correctly from another source, because I wanted to originally link the hill in with the fund for the high street.
Thank you, Councillor White. I can confirm that the NOx levels did significantly reduce. I can send you that data over. That's not to say that there aren't other sources of pollution that we need to address. So in terms of the NOx that's produced primarily from traffic, there was a approximate 33% reduction, and there's some sort of caveat with that data because we don't really look at it on a monthly basis. It has to be annualised, but the raw data did show a significant reduction during COVID. It's just that in April it happened to be a high pollution month because of the unusual amount of easterly winds from Europe during the agricultural spreading month. So we have to take the data in the context of the weather at the time and other events, but in terms of reduction in NOx from car tailpipes, that was significantly lower. I can send you the data.
That's really helpful, actually, if I might come from the chair, because I'd actually heard some country figures, and obviously where I haven't been well, I haven't been keeping up to date, and I just wanted to clarify it during the meeting, but a third drop, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Swain, I'll come back to you. Sorry, your name must have disappeared then all of a sudden off my list here. Beg your pardon. Councillor Swain.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm going to sound a critical note, although I'll wait and see what the consultation comes back with, and I assume it will be logged according to the location of the respondents. Personally, I don't see much of a connection between COVID arrangements and anything to do with so-called high street recovery or reinvigorating high street. I don't think there's a great deal of difference in the movement of people around there, and I'm not happy that there should be any smuggling in of motives aimed at the air quality aspect, or any sort of covert attempts at pedestrianising. I think high street recovery is more to do with what attracts people to go there and increasing that. I think we shouldn't try and slavishly implement a template that is appropriate to places like Brentwood and Chelmsford, but not to smaller towns, in particular somewhere like Malden. There are several aspects of the ideas which seem to me quite impractical or unrealistic, particularly concerning bus routes. And I speak as a member of a ward where people do use the buses a lot to get up there. And in terms of cycling, it'd be very good to have better cycling facilities for accommodating cycles up in the town, but I can't see many people actually cycling up from the suburbs. And similarly, with the 10 miles an hour restriction seems to me quite pointless. Is
that a question, Councillor Swain?
I'll wait to see the outcome of the consultation, but I shall sort of reserve my position on a number of the projects.
Thank you very much. Tracy, do you want to come back with anything there? It was more a statement than a question, I think, but... Hello, Ms Farrell? Hello?
Yeah, hello, sorry, Chair. Only really to qualify that we have been monitoring the footfall data, and we will be calibrating that rate with the national data set. What we've seeing coming through is that the sites that have the highest and quickest footfall improvement are the sites that are going back into lockdown. So the High Street Task Force is seeing footfall count as a high priority and improving space so that people can maintain social distancing on high streets for the recovery of businesses, so that those sites don't go back into lockdown. So I hope that sort of links to the actual the COVID process. And also just to say that with the bikes, part of the plans is to look at electric bikes and other other ways that we can address the challenges of the Market Hill in terms of cycling. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Durham, got a question, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Swain is absolutely right. There's very little correlation between COVID and high street regeneration. It may just be a convenient excuse. We need to regenerate the high street, obviously, but not because of COVID. Now, some members, the longer standing members, will know that we've been here before. We had considerable discussions about traffic flow and what we should do on the high street when we were looking to position a market, which we did at the top of, and as many will recall, it caused absolute havoc. Although there was a strong desire to have a market. Now we are having to change this because of the pattern of buses, and my question is, has the working group considered not only the buses but the many delivery lorries that have to deliver to the businesses on the high street, businesses that don't necessarily have a rear access? And I think, you could argue that a lot of these lorries are a cause of congestion as they park on the high street, but inevitably they need to do so. And I think, by restricting access, we could be further damaging those businesses on the high street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's more of a statement as well. And so can I think if you want to come back on the Tracy, I'll hear from Councillor Fleming coming now, because she seems to be the last person on my list. Then I hope we can move to the recommendation. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, the starting point from this was our bid for part of the Emergency Active Travel Fund. And yeah, I think that I take Councillor Swain and Councillor Durham's points that high street regeneration and COVID-19 distancing are separate things. But on the other hand, they're also not. I think that we should aim to try and improve our shopping and leisure environment for those businesses, particularly at the upper end of the high street, because it is, the pavements are very narrow, and it's not easy to cross the high street from one side to the other. It's very busy. There are lots of HGVs and buses, and I think that we should strive to make improvements. Anyway, that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's all members have now spoken. Before I hand back to the leader, who might like to move the recommendations, or I'm happy to if she so wishes. But what I would say is this is a consultation, members. It's seeking permission to go out to consultation. You've heard the responses will be collated and come back to this membership of the council to consider and make decisions. And of course, as a resident, you could, make your own responses to the consultation. Leader designate, I'll come back to you if you want to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to clarify one point, and that is the results of the consultation. We'll go back to the working party first and then recommend to council. Am I correct?
I think that would be the process, yes.
Yes, okay. So members,
Ms Farrell, can you confirm that it should go back to the working group first?
That's correct, yeah,
yes, and then on to council, but it will be council that makes the decision.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So members, I'm going to move the recommendation, which is that the public consultation on high street proposals outlined within this report be approved to run from the 5th of October to the 16th of November 2020.
Is that seconded, members?
Seconded.
And is that agreed, please?
Agreed.
Yes,
agreed.
Is there any dissent on that? Any dissent? No, it looks like everyone's agreeing. So that's on assent then. That goes to consultation. Thank you very much. We now get on to agenda item number 12, which is the Bradwell B scoping opinion request consultation. And that can be found, members, on pages 63 to 68 of your order papers. In the moment, I will call on the leader designate to present this item. And again, I remind members, please just use your chat function should you wish to speak, and I'll call on you in turn. And I'm the leader, I'm going to come over to you. This is obviously a scoping opinion request, I know are very, very technical. So Councillor Bamford, please, leader designate.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Just to explain on this to members, this is a Bradwell-B scoping opinion request consultation. Now, there isn't a lot to tell you on it, only that this is something that the Planning Inspectorate have to do, and for the Secretary of State. And in order to do that, they have to consult Malden District Council. However, the document, the scoping document, is very detailed and very lengthy, and we only have 28 days to respond. So that is why it's being delegated to the director in consultation with the leader for this to go, the consultation to go to the Planning Inspectorate. You know, ordinarily things might come to council for members' comments, but because this is such a technical document and so lengthy, and we've got such a short time scale to respond, that's why we're recommending that this be a delegated decision. So may I put the recommendation, Madam
Yes,
Chairman,
absolutely.
and then
Councillor Bamford, please.
if there are members that want to comment. So the recommendation is, members, that the council delegates authority to the Director of Strategy, Performance and Governance in consultation with the leader of the council to respond to the Planning Inspectorate's consultation on any scoping opinion request submitted in relation to proposed Bradwell-B Power Station and its associated development.
Thank you. Is that seconded? I'll second it. I'll second it. Right, I've got some members. So I've seconded that. Right, I've got some members wishing to speak. I think it was Councillor Stamp first.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Could I actually ask that, depending on how the debate goes, we could, if members don't agree with it, the leader designate could request an extraordinary meeting to try and fit it in if it is so important, because I think other members may wish to actually comment if that's possible, Chair.
I'll leave that to, obviously that's what the recommendation is. I would leave that to the discretion of the leader to look at that, and I'm absolutely sure the leader obviously would be dealing with it in the best interests of all members, and I'm sure that once the response has gone off, that I'm sure that might be circulated. I'm sure the leader might consider that. Councillor Lagan,
I think comment, please, Chair. Can I come back on that? Because you may feel that the leader will do it for the best of the council, but the councillors may have different views, hence why I suggested an EGM. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think I'll let the Councillor Bamford come back, or an officer might want to come in, but I think it is a very technical document, and I've heard that also at Essex County Council, and it's a scoping document, and I forget the presentation I was at, but that was made reference to. It's a part of the process, but it's not the ultimate most important part, as I understand. I'll let an officer come back probably and answer, and whoever the best officer is might want to field those questions. So can I just go with Councillor Lagan? You'd like to speak or ask a question, please, Councillor Lagan?
I would like to speak, Madam Chairman, which is probably no surprise. I've just got a couple of points to make. I completely disagree with the recommendation made by the leader delegate. Based on a couple of points in the report that is tabled in front of us, in section 3.25, it clearly states that the decisions made by Bradwell-B will be brought to the future meetings of the Strategy and Resources Committee and or the Council for consideration. Minute number 635 refers. This is a clear mandate and resolution by the council, which has been supported. I also note within the report that yes, a report of this type is a highly technical document, and the Director of Resources will need as much support as he can to get the details together, and I have every confidence in Paul to do so. But members, where it says under 3.23, it said it wouldn't be practical. Yes, it would, because Councillor Stamp has raised an exceptionally good point, which is raised further on in my points, that we should, because we've already agreed that members should look at this, not officers, because this is a nationally important project that could have such, in my opinion, devastating implications on the area, that members have to be involved at every stage, no matter how technical it is. And I also noted that the leader delegate abstained on the vote on the 20th of August. So I'm not sure whether I would support the leader delegate in that position. I believe it should be officers using technical expertise to then come back to the strategy and resources or full council with the details of the report, no matter how long and how painful it may seem, because this is far too important to be delegated. That's all.
Here.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lagan. The reason is the time frame. If we need to get a response in, and it is a technical document, it will be the officer's work, obviously, and that then the technical work responses to the scoping document or whatever has to be done would be then put forward to the leader. But obviously it's in consultation. It's actually really the officers, if you like, that do the work. If I can just clarify that, would an officer like to come in at this point? I'm going to ask.
Could I just make a quick point to the point that you've just made? With all due respect, under section 3.25, the members of this council determine that all decisions should come through this council, and we can't say one thing and then do another. And I have no problems with others sitting in on and chipping into the process. But we've been very, very clear about this, and there is enough time, because we can have one EGM or we can have a second extraordinary meeting if so determined, because we do have time. It's about being kept up and informed and contributing to the expertise that is obviously going to be needed here. So I disagree with that point, that we don't have enough time.
Well, that's fair enough. But can I have an officer come in now? Is it Mr. Dodson? Would that be,
yes, thank you, Chairman. Through you, I would. The reason for asking for this delegation is purely down to practicalities. The scoping opinion that has now been lodged and we've received through the planning inspectorate, we have 28 days to respond. If we miss the 28-day deadline, then we miss the opportunity to have any influence over this whatsoever, because the planning inspectorate themselves need to respond within 42 days. So there is no slack on the deadline of 28 days for us to provide their response, so that they can then provide their response to the applicant within their 42-day deadline. As I said, we've received the document. It's over 2,000 pages long, covers numerous areas that will need to be covered by the environment statement. And we're engaging both internal and external experts to support the council response on this. It says within 4.2 of this report that should the council require a response to be considered at a future meeting of the council, the scoping opinion consultation response would not be provided within the 28-day deadline. That's because it's going to take up to 20 odd days of that response for us to get those expert opinions and then to collate them in time to go in on the 28th day. So just purely practically, there isn't enough time to bring it back through council. That's not trying to avoid members having a chance to view that. It's purely on the practicalities of this response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodson. Sorry,
Chair, please.
I will, just as long as it's short, Councillor Lagan, please, just short.
Oh, it's really short. That's really short. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Paul. Paul, I really do understand, and the report actually clarifies all of those details, but it certainly doesn't change the opinion. You said it would take approximately 20 days, where we've got 28 days. We should, within maybe the 22nd day, have a presentation to council of the detail that's in the document. Thank you.
Okay.
Is that proposed?
Can I please now?
Sorry, Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Dodson, please, if you wish to come back.
Yes, sorry, Chairman. I just wanted to clarify, when I said it will take 20 odd, it's going to take, not 20 days, and that we'd be in on 22. It's going to take well into that time period, and we're going to be up against it to get this done within the time period. I wasn't suggesting it's 20 days and that 2 days later we could go in, just to be really clear with what I was saying. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I've got a question now from, Councillor Durham, you wish to speak, please? If we could make it succinct.
I will keep it very succinct. I mean, Chairman, Mr. Dodson's made the point very firmly that if we don't get a response in within the 28 days, we won't get a look in. We won't be able to make our points to the planning inspectorate. But we're in this position, of course, because of our method of governance. Essex County Council have got the same issue of putting in their response within 28 days. But of course, because they haven't got the committee cycles to worry about, they're able to get their response through the correct avenues within that time. So I take on board exactly what Councillor Lagan has said. This is really, really important, and members should have a say. But on the practicality point of view, I think we have to leave it to the directors and maybe committee services. And if there is a window, we may have to exploit that and have a meeting. But if that isn't possible, we still need to get our response in within the 28 days rather than submit nothing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Swain, is this a question on this?
Yes, it's just a question on this practicality. Perhaps if I could ask through you, Mr. Dodson, what papers or reports or material would members have available as a result of this?
Through me, yes, Mr. Dodson.
Sorry, I'm not sure of the question.
Would you like to repeat, Mr. Councillor Swain? Sorry, I nearly called you Mr. then,
Yes,
Councillor Swain.
You mentioned this 2,000 pager, and on the basis of which you're making a response, and then presumably with a report back to council, will all those documents will they all exist and be available to members?
The scoping document that's been submitted of the 2,000-page document can be made available to members. You know, as I've said, within the timescales, we don't have the time to respond and write the council report in time to respond prior to submitting.
I accept that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mays, I think you may have a question.
Yes, actually, Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a small amendment to the recommendation. Do I do that now or at a later stage? Could you please advise me?
You could make an amendment if that's what you're wanting to speak about.
There seems to be...
well, no, you can propose an amendment. Let's put it that way. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. There's obviously insufficient time, as Mr. Dodson has pointed out, to go to an EGM. I understand that. Could an amendment, or I am proposing an amendment, that the leaders of both sides of the House, so both those sitting as the leader and as the opposition, in consultation with Mr. Dodson, have delegated authority to look at this and get it in within the 28 days that are required.
Right, thank you. Is that seconded?
I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Yes, seconded.
Right, Councillor Bamford's happy to second that. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Bamford.
Right. I got some other members who actually wanted to speak prior. Yeah. So, Councillor Skeens, I mean, there is the amendment now, so we would surely talk on that, please. But if there's a question about the whole principle, please.
Yeah, just very briefly, I think I do feel strongly that every councillor should be given that 2,000-page document and then be able to respond probably through their respective groups. That might be the most efficient way, so that at least the officers can get some guidance from what reactions are from members.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stamp, you wanted to speak?
No, Councillor Mays has beat me to it. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, okay. And Councillor Hurd, you asked to speak. I think you don't wish to any longer.
Only to say that I think it's right that all members should have access to the document, and I'm very happy to stand in with the decision makers. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, so Councillor Bamford has accepted that amendment. Can I take assent from Councillor? You agree with the amendment to the proposal?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Recorded vote on every.
Okay.
Recorded
Sorry,
vote.
you want a recorded vote, Councillor? Right, okay, so we've now got to do a recorded vote. So if we,
vote.
sorry, recorded vote. Councillor Lagan, was that seconded? Sorry, did anyone?
Seconded by Councillor Morris.
Right, thank you,
Seconded.
Councillor Morris. Councillor Bamford, would you like to come back with anything just before I put it to the vote quickly? Because I know you seconded it.
Well, only to say, Chairman, that I was going to suggest that amendment. But is that sufficient? Because I am aware that other members are quite concerned as to whether there should be more members involved. I'm thinking possibly Chairman of Strategy and Resources, perhaps. But I mean, that's in the gift of the members. They're obviously very concerned, and I take that on board. But a £2,000 document is a very lengthy document to read without technical knowledge.
Yeah, I think the amendment we have to go with is the one placed by Councillor Mays and seconded, and which has got assent, really. I think everyone agreed with that amendment. So I was going to say to move the substantive motion now with that amendment in, because Councillor Skeens did make the point that if all members received the document, then the best way possible was to do it through their group, and then the leader and the opposition leader would be aware of any points raised. And I'm sure Councillor Hurd may, on seeing it quickly, advise his members or something, or likewise yourself. So,
Chairman, can I just come back on that? Because obviously we have a number of non-aligned members as well who are not involved in the groups. So are they going to be sent the document separately?
Everybody should get it.
All members, that's as I understood it.
Mm.
Am I correct? That's correct. That's what I understood.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Dodson.
Can we may we ask Mr. Dodson if that is actually practical? Because I'm aware that a document that size may not be possible to go over email.
Can do it through OneDrive or similar. It's not a problem.
Mr. Dodson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We can make a link available so that people can get a copy that way.
Right. So thank you very much. Bearing in mind, then, you've heard the link will be made available for the document, so all members will have an opportunity to see it. Probably, as Councillor Skeen said, which seemed very pragmatic to me. Groups can then go to their leader's opposition leader, because the amendment put by Councillor Mays, which was duly seconded by assent, has been agreed. So I'm going to move the substantive motion now, which is that recommendation with the inclusion also that the council delegates authority to the Director of Strategy, Performance and Governance in consultation with the leader of the council, the opposition leader of the council, to respond to the planning inspectorate's consultation on any scoping opinion requests submitted in relation to proposed Bradwell B power station and its associated development. Now, I did hear a recorded vote. So this is now what I've just read out. That is the essence of what I heard. Miss Bird, I think I'm correct in what I've just stated.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
just advise Councillor Morris has asked to speak.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon, Councillor Morris. I didn't see that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Morris.
I'd just like to point out basically what Councillor Bamford has already just mentioned. Myself and Councillor Lagan, we are leaderless. We have no leaders. We are our own leaders. So we can't take it to Councillor Hurd or Councillor Bamford. So what do we do?
Well, if you've got the document, I would certainly get on to Mr. Dodson. That's what I would do, personally.
Mr. Dodson doesn't respond to my contacts.
Well, I'm sure if you make some points on the actual technical document, he may, or I believe there's Gavin Kingsnorth involved in this. But Mr. Dodson, I think you would take from, let's say, Councillors Morris and Lagan if they made any points.
Yes, we'll take comments.
Yeah. Thank you. Does that help you, Mr. Morris? Councillor Morris?
Other subjects before.
Councillor Morris. No, but you've heard the answer in the chamber. Councillor Morris, does that help the situation? Thank you. Mrs. Thompson, Mrs. Thompson.
You don't let me speak, Chair.
Yeah, I have. I thought we'd answered your question. Is there another question?
You haven't answered my question. That is no reassurance at all. Past experience has taught me that Mr. Dodson, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Quelch won't respond to me. They fail to engage with me. Now I'm finished.
Right, thank you. Councillor Morris, you've posed your question. I went to Mr. Dodson. He's given the answer in this chamber. Councillor Thompson, please, and I want to move on.
Sorry, Chairman, I actually said no need now. I think
there's no need now.
Councillor Skeens has covered it and yourself. Thank you.
Okay, I have to do a recorded vote, so it is on that motion now with the amendment. It's a substantive motion now. So, Ms. Bird, please, can I call on you to do the roll call for the recorded recorded vote rather, sorry.
Yes, Chairman. Members, when I call your name, could you just indicate for, against or abstain? As the Chairman said, this is for the amended motion. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Before I agree, can I just say that I'm very happy, and I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition would be happy to receive any non-aligned members' comments about this. And the answer to the recommendation is 4.
Yeah. I think that helps, Councillor Morris. You've heard, you've got 2 opportunities now, 2 avenues, or 3 actually. Right,
Actually,
sorry.
I've got 1 because Councillor Hurd doesn't respond to my emails either.
Oh, okay. Well, Councillor Bamford and Mr. Dodson have said they will receive things from you. Right.
Well, I believe Councillor Bamford, but Mr. Dodson hasn't been very good lately, so I don't believe a word he says.
Okay, let's move on then. Sorry, Miss Bird, I interrupted you. I do apologise.
Thank you, Chairman, no problem. Councillor Bassinger.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Miss Beale.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Brian Beale.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Bell.
Abstain.
Councillor Boyce has had to leave the meeting. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Dewick.
Abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Durham.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Fluker.
Abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Hurd.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Helm.
Abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Hull.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Keys.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Lagan.
Just to be clear, Tara, before I cast my vote, Paul we will get the document and we will be able to put comments in that document and Paul will respond to those.
That's my understanding. Is that right, Chairman?
That's my understanding.
Thank you very much. Against.
Thank you, Councillor Mays.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Morley.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Morris.
As was Councillor Lagan, I've got no confidence in getting a response to any comments that I put in, so against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nunn.
4.
C.
4.
Councillor Siddle.
4.
Councillor Skeens.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
Against, because I think we should have an EGM.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
Against.
Councillor Swain.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Thompson.
4.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White.
4.
And the results of that are 21 for, 4 against and 4 abstentions. Thank you.
In that case, that's been carried. So thank you very much, members. Right, if I could now move on then to another agenda item, White Paper 2020. Again, I'm going to call on the leader designate, and again, please use your chat function and I will come to you in turn as I can do, best I can with the help of Miss Bird to get any questions. So, Leader Zezenek, please, can I ask you to present this report?
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Well, this is a government white paper regarding planning. There are lots and lots of responses, which I hope you have all read, and there are 2 recommendations. I'm not sure, Chairman, if one of the officers wants to speak on this. I'm quite happy to allow that. But I think I would rather have, before I put the recommendation, rather have questions, because it is quite comprehensive, this report, and the officers have worked extremely hard to get these responses. So I don't know if any officer wants to speak first before we take questions, Chairman.
Mr. Dobson, did you want to say anything first? Or Mr. Lee, would it be? Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Thank you, Chairman. I wouldn't say I want to speak, but I'm happy to. Yeah, obviously members have the report in front of them, agenda item 13. As members know, the government, or probably I'm sure members do know, the government are consulting on quite a large number of changes to the planning system through a white paper. The changes proposed significantly, or have the potential to significantly alter the planning system as we know it. As officers and obviously as elected members, we're very interested and very experienced in the determination of planning applications, adoption of policies, implementation of policies, etc. And the proposed changes would monumentally and significantly change the way that the system works for us. The proposed changes are summarised in section 3.2 of the officers' report. There are quite a number of different headlines within that section, so I won't take members through the entirety of that, but it's worth noting that the changes and reform go to the heart of plan making, development management, which you may know as decision making, development contributions such as section 106 and SEAL, and actually some other related policy proposals as well. As I said, it really does significantly change the whole approach to planning. There is a little bit more detail further on in relation to the proposals, and lays that out, and also how it works with a consultation for documents such as this. The government provide questions for comment. It's not quite a free, bespoke ability just to comment on the document as a whole. So officers have worked through these questions. They are further on in the report, and they're quite a large number of questions and quite a large response. There's various sets of questions related to each of the pillars of the proposed reform and changes. As members see, it goes down to around about page 88, so obviously you can see it's quite a long document. Number of these comments, just for clarity, are unsure, and which I'm sure members might feel at first a little concerned that officers are coming forward that. But what I just wanted to highlight is that the level of detail within the white paper is minimal in some sections, and while some of these proposals may at first seem acceptable or challenging, without the detail on how they're actually planning to be delivered, officers are unsure on whether we should or shouldn't be supporting them as a council. So the recommendation is twofold, is that the recent white paper and associated interim measures consultation paper along with the proposal contained in both documents are noted, and secondly, that the officers' suggest responses are approved to be submitted in response to the consultation. The other option for members, if they wish, is that we don't reply to the consultation document, which obviously I wouldn't recommend members consider, partly because I think we should be putting our opinion forward as part of the process, and secondly, I'd obviously be a little upset the amount of time I've spent on this. But I'm quite happy to deal with any questions that members have regarding this matter if they do. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, what I'm going to do, Mr. Lee, I've got several members wishing to speak. I'm going to take probably a couple at a time because I'm mindful of time, and I'm sure members are going to be succinct. So I've got Councillor Swain first. And you say several points, Councillor Swain. Could I ask you please to be succinct as possible and ask us a question to Mr. Lee?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I will try to be succinct, certainly, but there are quite a few. And these are related to responses to the questions. Question 1, about the 3 words that come to mind. These are the responses of the officers, and members may have different words that come to mind in talking about, but I would like you to explain why do the officers think the present system is outdated? That's the point on this. I'll take it pillar by pillar. The other questions under pillar 1, I would suggest adding on question 3, this question about the poor availability of broadband in rural areas in relation to digitalisation. Question 5, you have interpreted the 3 areas or the 3 zones that the central government talk about in terms of allocated sites and settlement within settlements and that sort of thing. What I fear is that does the central government actually see it the same way, or do they see much broader zones? And in fact, will the whole question of settlement boundaries be scrapped? On question 5.12, about a test for sustainability, I doubt whether one hasn't seen a proper definition of sustainability, and one doubts whether the government will come up with one. So the answer to A is yes, but if there's a proper definition of sustainability. May I suggest under B, where they ask for any further ideas, that when it comes to any strategic or cross-boundary implications, perhaps we could suggest that the inspectorate take plans in groups where they may have overlapping concerns. And lastly, under this pillar, question 14, I would say yes. And what way we can expedite matters with building is to shorten the period from 3 years to, say, 18 months for development to start. Shall I go on, Chairman, to pillar 2?
How many more pillars have you got, Councillor Swain?
About the same number to come.
Right. I think, Mr. Lee, would you like to deal with pillar 1 first?
Thank you, Chairman. That might be slightly easier.
Yes, that's right. What I thought.
Okay, right. To be honest, question 1 was probably one of the ones that officers spent the longest time actually talking about. I think everybody would have completely different 3 words if they were asked. Outdated, I think, actually was probably one of the ones that we actually felt brought together a number of different points and ideas that officers had. I do think that the system has grown. It's been taken on new opportunities, new issues. The system when it came forward in 1947 was quite streamlined, relatively basic issues such as ecology, health matters, so many matters that we take into account now without even thinking, we're not even considered. There's so many new legislation, so many pieces of court case law, etc., that really impact and affect what we have to do. Matters such as we have to still publicise major applications, etc., in a weekly newspaper or newspaper that deals with the district. Some councils can't even deliver that. So there are so many small points within the whole system that have become outdated because the world has changed since 1947. So I think a lot of them could do with being rubbed off, for want of a better phrase, and that would make the system much smoother. Whether I consider that the whole suite that they're proposing meets that or is necessary is a different point, but I think that's where officers are coming from. There are just so many little bits here and there that it fundamentally flaws the system and makes it very frustrating for officers, for members and for the general public, both applicants and members of public that are consulted on an application. In relation to point 3, question 3, I'm happy to add that point if members wish to the point, and we've got in relation to some communities may struggle, but generally, obviously, going forward, this is a system that is supposed to be set for the future and long term. So I think it's unlikely that that problem will grow, which hopefully should reduce going forward. Question 5. I think that sums up is one of the reasons why we've gone not sure. We are making assumptions. There is some clarity, but it isn't definitive. We're having to make educated guesses, for want of a better phrase, when we're coming to this consultation response because lack of information. And as I said right at the beginning, there's a number of not sures which are basically because of that. And that's one of the reasons we have got that. Will settlement boundaries been scrapped? Well, yes, because that won't be what they use or the terminology they use. Whether or not they will just become parts of what under the titles what they're using, we don't know, and we can't give a definitive on that because we literally have no idea. So we've had to make informed estimations of the situation. In relation to your point on question 12, come down to that one. Sorry, members, if you can just give me a moment.
There was 7. It was particularly making the suggestion that how to deal with strategic issues, which I would have thought was a central government responsibility to start with, but could be perhaps handled by planning inspectors taking groups of plans or neighbouring districts.
Yeah, my issue with, or to a certain extent, I know the issue probably would, if you were to look at, for example, ourselves and Chelmsford, etc., our plans have come forward at all at different times. If we had, for want of a better phrase, had to sit on our hands while we wait for our neighbouring authorities to catch us up, taking into account we were the first authority, we would have had no 5-year land supply. We would have had to have used old, out-of-date policies, etc. So I can understand the idea of that, but the practicalities of it are probably more problematic, and I'd hate to be the authority that was at the front, or in worst case now, the authority that was lagging behind, and other authorities potentially look to take a judicial review or challenge us in the courts for not doing what we were supposed to be doing. So the idea of it, but when councils do work together, they do submit local plans together, and they, as you can see from the garden villages that were being put forward in other parts of Essex and have done in the other country. So I think there are other mechanisms for delivering that rather than the proposal. Question 14.
Reducing the 3 years.
Yeah, I'm just reading this in with further would you support. Actually, to a certain extent, I don't think maybe having a yes would be a problem with that. The issue is once again comes to what level of detail they're providing, exactly what they mean by that, and what the implications of not delivering that. Honestly, I don't think saying it would have to be done within 18 months would be particularly beneficial for larger schemes because of the need to provide additional information, approval of details, etc. It may help with the smallest sites, but the larger sites, such as our allocated sites, I'm not sure would really be expedited from such an approach because it would actually make them more challenging to be able to be delivered. I think I've covered those questions, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, Councillor Swain, you say there's Pillar 2, you've got some points on. Are there a lot of points?
Several, a few.
Right, can you be succinct and just deliver them swiftly, please?
Yes, very succinct, yes. Under 16, question 16, I think this bears out worries about how narrow any definition of sustainability is likely to to be, because what they mention there is hardly amounts to a definition of sustainability. There are so many more factors. I would wonder if we could add to the end, and that there is an alignment of infrastructure investment with development. Oh, sorry, I'll carry on. Question 18, where we've got this chief officer for design, is there going to be a problem about what weight that officer's view has in relation to, should we say, the chief planning officer? Do we now have sort of a problem of authority? And lastly, on 19, we don't want a national prescription for so-called beauty and have an organisation as the arbiter of beauty. This is not the sort of thing that can be codified.
Yeah. I mean, would this be helpful if outside of the meeting, Councillor Swain spoke to officers? Mr. Leoness, you can answer those succinctly. Would that be beneficial?
I can answer them fairly succinctly, but I'm happy to discuss with Councillor Swain. It depends whether other members feel they're getting better benefits from the discussions. Obviously, if
well, if you could answer those points, yes, that might be helpful. It's just if there's any other points I was thinking that might be help Councillor Swain also to have a discussion.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Yep. Just obviously because those have been asked in the public forum, I'll just give them as and obviously members. This is my professional opinion, not the council's opinion. There is obviously a narrow definition of sustainability. What is a sustainability? Is it's a very open phrase, and he said there is no categoric and 100% bulletproof definition. We've obviously officers have put forward what they consider are the key points on sustainability for our area, for our district. Obviously, if members don't agree with that, then obviously we can amend that per se. I think officers have really taken the suggested design officer really to replace the chief planning officer. The chief planning officer is no longer a statutory requirement as a role within the authority, where it historically used to be. This would be once again a requirement to have this role, and the role obviously, while it does have design in the title, it also talks about placemaking, and I think it just would be, it's bringing back the importance of planning to the top table of a local authority, and that's really what the guidance that goes with it talks about. So I don't think it's so much of a clash as actually just replacing it with a shiny new title for the new set of legislation for the new planning world that we're working in. And obviously, you've said in yourself you don't consider we should have a national standard. I think officers have, obviously, question 19 isn't about having Homes England being the arbiters of good taste, for want of a better phrase. What this is actually about them having to take into account design more than they do now. Obviously, they're quite keen to, or one of their roles is to access and facilitate and to bring forward development. One of the things is stall sites, and they can take into account things such as financial unblocking and the number of dwellings and everything. And my reading of that question is more about design being added to their consideration. A big part of this whole consultation document is about beauty, is about adding attractiveness to the planning system, and to really highlight that, where at the moment, while there's a lot of statements in the NPPF, members will know from reading appeal decisions, I think some of that is just more of lip service. And I think the idea is that this should make this much more of a key role in the planning process. And I don't actually think your concern is actually what the question relates to. It's about making Homes England, when they bring forward schemes, having to take into account beauty more. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Does that answer those for you, Mr. Councillor Swain? Sorry.
Thank you. If with your indulgence, may I just raise some on Pillar 3 then, about the amount that we recover through the new levy, and that it whether it should be a national level of levy. I would have thought a national level would mean there's less scope for bargaining with the developers locally, they would have to accept a national level. And if it's at a higher level, it doesn't impact on the viability of the housing. It just means that the community would claw back more of the increase in land value through planning permission, surely, which is all to the good. On question 24, I just think we could be more assertive, and to my mind, the answer is we should say yes, no, and delete the second sentence of C, which is a qualification, and yes for the final one, rather than saying unsure about all of them. Because from what I read there, we do have a fairly definite answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, can I just come in? I'm getting some messages. A member, I'm not going to say who, requires, would like to have a comfort break. It's not myself on this occasion. So I'm just wondering, members, are you happy that, because obviously bearing in mind if someone has a comfort break, they wouldn't be able to vote on this aspect. So I'm going to put ask members now, are you happy to have, and I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, to do it at this point, but I think reading it that it might be someone does really need to have a comfort break. Are you happy, members, to just have a break for about 5 minutes? I think we can do that if I adjourn the meeting. Can I just assure the council's happy to do that?
Agreed.
Yes, please.
Yes. Right, okay. I am sorry to interrupt at this point, and I would go on, but I've got several other members wishing to ask questions, and I'm reading the messages, so I'm not going to identify anyone, but okay, if I can then say adjourn this meeting now at 20:25, that's what my computers say. Can we make sure we come back here at 20:30? And I do apologise, Mr. Lee, but I think bearing in mind we're doing this virtually now, it's a different issue to members being able to walk out the chamber and things like that. Okay, 5 minutes then, please, everyone. 20:30 back, if we may. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
We've got a lot of business to conduct still, and time's getting on. Thanks. Tara, did you get that time?
Yes, Chairman, I'm just confirming that we've paused the stream. As in the streaming onto YouTube, sorry.
had that small adjournment.
Chairman, just before you start, I just need to confirm that we've got the live stream back on for the public. Just bear with me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're back on live, Chairman. Thank you.
I've got something. Thank you very much. Right, we're back, members. Now it is 2030. In fact, it's just gone 2030 now. So I hope everyone's happy and able now to continue with the rest of the business, because there's still quite a bit left. But hopefully, we might be able to get that through that swiftly. Right. So, Mr. Lee, sorry, I do apologise. I broke you off there. So, would you like to come back, Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Chairman.
Have you finished? That was it. Oh no,
yep,
right.
No,
Okay.
I think there was a couple of points raised. In relation to the national levy, the concern officers have is that if there was one introduced, because how a levy works is, as members will know from the starting of the SEAL one we're looking at doing ourselves, it can't make developments unviable. So there has to be a excess within the development that provides, which is that window of opportunity to look for getting contributions. The concern officers have is that would be the lowest common denominator. There's a big difference in the ability of sites to be viable across the country, and if we were to bring in a national levy, would that mean that it would be set at the lowest viability issues? Would then mean certain authorities, and I think likely including us, would probably get less financial contributions than if it was set locally. And I've got to be honest, I know the next one was about we should be more assertive, and I think, I just want for clarity, that was question 24.
Yes, it was.
I think it must have been from the number of points. All the not sures basically because we're not 100% sure what the questions are in relation to the level of detail and information. There's so much ambiguity that we have some concerns about saying whether or not we agree with the points.
Right.
But I think the 4 answers we've given, I think, are quite clear on our position on the various matters. But whether or not, with the information provided, we should be saying yes or no is something officers aren't particularly comfortable with. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Swain, does that answer?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Stamp, I think you wanted to speak, then I think I saw that you'd withdrawn your question.
Yes, I did, but I've actually thought about it, and I think it's applicable. It's a real quick one, Chairman.
Okay, that's fine.
If this white paper is delayed, Mr. Lee, and through you, Chair, would we have an opportunity to put a revised version of it at a later date if things change? Because obviously the government may not. It may not have to be in them. It may be moved to January. It may be actually pushed back to July of next year. Is there an option that it can be revisited? I'm not saying, because I think you're going to say to me, I've done all this work, Councillor Stamp, but would there be an opportunity to revise it if members choose to do so? Because I noticed Councillor White has got some concerns, and reading her concern, it's actually very, very true. So rather than prolong this meeting, Chair and Mr. Lee, if people have got the amendments, rather than just, because it's quite a big document, and to ask us to agree this at this late hour of the evening, I think, you know, especially with changes that could be afoot from central government on the white paper. Makes sense?
Mr. Lee?
Through you, Chairman, I've got to be honest, I'm not quite sure what Councillor Stamp's getting at. Obviously,
if there was a delay, Mr. Lee, would we be able to revise our submission? Because this has got to be in by the 29th of October. If the central government delay it to January or July of next year, the revision, would we be allowed to amend it if we don't go through this document tonight fully?
Through you, Chairman, the consultation period is the consultation period.
Yeah.
If the government changed that, then we would have an opportunity if they were ready to consult. Otherwise,
Brilliant.
we have until we have to.
Otherwise, we have to go with the dates we're given currently.
Yep, that's what I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Bird, would you mind telling me who else wanted to speak, please? I've lost a few names here, it looks like.
Yes, Chairman, I've got Councillor Thompson and Councillor Durham asking to speak.
Councillor Thompson, please, question. Keep it succinct.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I think mine's been pretty much covered in all the other comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Thank you very much. I'll be very quick. Yes, it's absolutely critical that we get this consultation in. Officers have done a really excellent job, I think, of going through it, because the ramifications of this white paper are massive. It will significantly alter and impact on the way that planning, it'll effectively mean that it's a waste of time us having planning committees, etc. And it will impact on the way that we're able to determine applications. And I would like, in effect, to send a letter to respective members of Parliament expressing our concern at the government's intentions in this white paper. I'm aware that this particular white paper, among others that are going around at the moment, have caused an absolute furore amongst local authorities up and down the country. So it's absolutely essential we get this in. And there are several absolutely critical things. The abolition of the duty to cooperate is dire, as is this national infrastructure levy, and the fact they don't get paid until the end. Now, if you consider North Heybridge Garden Suburb, where the build out is over several years, under the new scheme, we won't get a penny until till that is complete, which is going to jeopardise a great deal of the things that we want to provide for the local residents. So really my request is that we also canvass our members of Parliament on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lee, did you wish to say anything? I think there's some points being made there by Councillor Durham, really, that we will be canvassing or should canvass. I'm sure the leader designate has heard that, as other members have. I've actually, I'll admit, already had a bit of a conversation with the MP from my personal perspective. Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just briefly, I'd like to echo what Councillor Durham said about the build out and funding. But my complaint was, my issue is, one of them is with Pillar 3 7.7.4 with the allocated housing. Using them in different ways after they've been built. And I mean, the thing is, we can't do that. You don't know who's going to own them, you don't know where they're going to go. So I have real problems with that one. And I absolutely don't see how we can agree it, because the developers try and wriggle out of doing it anyway. And if they can find another way to offset it against the levy or the SIL or the Section 106, then we're going nowhere. So I absolutely do not agree with that one.
Mr. Lee, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Was that 7.74 for clarity?
Yes, it was 7.7.4.
Yeah.
Question 24. Yeah. To be honest, I agree with Councillor White's point. I think officers have got quite a concern in relation to putting all the financial viability or the financial betterment and gains into one pot and seeing literally what falls out, for want of a better phrase. I think personally, it's one of the things I do worry about is the potential for a lack of affordable housing units coming forward. I think districts such as ours relies heavily on that to support our residents, and I wouldn't like to see the delivery of affordable housing reduced at the advantage of developers, for want of a better phrase. But I think we've sort of highlighted that in the actual response, but it's all to do with the wording of the question rather than the wording, the not sure yes or no, rather than maybe the text that goes with it. But
if I might come back, if you'd indulge me, all it was basically when they wanted to use the affordable housing in lieu of other payments, it doesn't say how it's going to be split. It doesn't say, for instance, it's going to be owned by the local authority. It could be housing that's sold that he's lost then effectively. So I just think we need to be really careful with it. Oh, my fingers showing over the screen when I alter my thingy.
Okay, does that help, Mr. Lee? I think the point's been made. I think you've answered it. I think you feel that it's answered sufficiently for Councillor White's concerns.
I think it is, but yeah, I don't think anyone doesn't disagree with her points. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I can't see any more members that wish to speak. Tara.
No, Chairman, I haven't got anybody else asking to speak.
So I've heard that, and I think, Mr. Lee, thank you very much for the hard work you and your officers have done. I think you've answered all the members' queries exceptionally well, so I do thank you. But I'm hearing that I think you said you would alter some wording or perhaps incorporate, and I'm sure I'll let the leader come back, you'd incorporate something Councillor Swain raised. And also there's the point Councillor Durham's made about lobbying the MPs, but I'll let the leader designate come back, please, to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to suggest, because this is a very important response, and obviously a number of members are very concerned and have raised quite valid points. So I was going to suggest that at recommendation 2, we put that the officers' suggested responses with members' suggested changes are approved to be submitted in response to the consultation, and that we also consider sending a letter to accompany the consultation like we did the previous one, although it wasn't a white paper as such, it was amendments to another document, and that we send that accompanying letter also to our MPs. So they are aware that we have made quite strong points. We have done a letter to the previous responses, so it could be a similar letter to that one. And I'd like to think that this could be delegated, a delegated letter that could be sent in liaison with the director, and perhaps the Matt as the lead planning officer.
Yeah. Yes, I do recall that actually. I was agreed at Strategy and Resources, I think, in relation to the other, that committee, and it was proposed that the officers in consultation with the leader designate do a letter. So members, you've heard the leader designate's proposal, which is changing the recommendation slightly, and it's taken on board really what members have said during the course of the debate. Are you happy to accept the recommendation with those changes in essentially amendments?
Agreed. Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
Right. I think therefore, just to give general assent, therefore, the substantive is the recommendation with the changes and with a letter going with the leader designate in consultation with the leader designate that's lobbying the MPs locally, and Mr. Lee applying the wording that Councillor Swain has influenced. Okay, are we all happy? Can I just have total assent so we're all clear?
Yes, can I just confirm, Chairman, that the committee clerk has that clear?
Ms. Bird, would you like to read out, or have you got that clear?
It's clear.
Chairman, I've got the proposal and what members have agreed. I just want to double check exactly what the suggested changes are. So saying the officer suggested the officer suggested responses with members' suggested changes.
Yes.
Are approved and submitted. Is that everything that members have suggested? Bits of it, it's just not that clear, that's all.
I think it was the wording that Mr. Lee was thinking he could beef up or alter or put in regarding Councillor Swain's. That's my understanding. I think the wording can be agreed outside possibly. I think the general principle is clear. I mean, what we could say that the wording be applied, and that also could be through delegation with the leader designate, as could the letter, if members agree to that. I'm just trying to be swift and bearing in mind, I think we're all coming from the same angle on this. That we.
I'm happy with that, Chairman, so long as members are.
Are we all happy with that? That the wording will be altered. It will be done in delegation with the leader designate, and just to make sure it covers Councillor Swain's point and other points raised by members, and also a letter will be done, bearing in mind what Councillor Durham said about we should be lobbying the MPs, and that will be done in consultation with the leader designate as well. Can I have general assent on all of that, members, please?
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much. I think we're all agreed on that. And Mr. Lee, can I just again thank you and all the officers that have been involved in looking at that document and giving us very, very comprehensive answers. And thank you very much for your time tonight in answering members' concerns and answering them as always.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll pass it on to the officers.
Yes,
officers
if you
do
would
appreciate those
to the
comments.
team, I'd be very grateful. Thank you very much. I suppose you can sign off now if you like.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
Have a lovely evening, members, and
All right,
officers.
then.
See you later.
All right then, members, if we move on now swiftly, because I'm mindful of the time and other areas of business to be covered. It's now agenda item number 14, and leaders and composition of political groups. In the moment, I'll present this item, and just to remind members, please, that if you do have any questions or anything at the chat function, please, if that could still be operated in the same way, and I will come to you as I have done throughout tonight to speak. So therefore, this report, as you can see, purpose of the report to ratify the leader designate for the Malden District Council, summary of the key issues that have been written there. Leader and the deputy, you'll be aware the leader and previous leader and deputy did resign from their respective positions. In 3.1.2 of the report, the constitution is laid out there for members quite clearly. You'll see the composition of political groups and the conclusion. Following the appointment of a leader of the Conservative Group meeting on the 19th of August, Council are asked to ratify this position, and then it goes on to say about the statutory annual and ratification, be subject to ratification at the statutory annual. Councillor Bamford, you've got something immediately, please? So something.
May we have a recorded vote, please, Chairman?
Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Okay. I've got several. I've got.
Agreed.
So are there various? Sorry, reading that or my summary. I've got. So I'm moving the recommendation to is to consider the ratification of the leader designate as the leader of the council, which I more or less summarised. So I've got some. It looks like people coming there. The recommendation has been seconded, and you want a recorded vote. Who's on the list, please, Tara? I'm not sure if they're from the previous.
Yes, Chairman, I believe they are all previous, but I haven't got anyone indicated in relation to this item.
Right, lovely, thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to check because I didn't want to do anything that other people thought I hadn't called them to vote. Called them to speak. Right, in that case, Ms Bird, it's been proposed and seconded, and a recorded vote's been sought, and that was seconded as well. Therefore, can you do the roll call and recorded purposes so the names are shown in the minutes as all the other recorded votes of tonight? Ms Bird, please.
Yes, Chairman, of course.
Chairman, is this for item 1?
Item 1, yes. Item 1, it has to be yes. Item 1, to consider the ratification of the leader designate as leader of the council until the statutory annual meeting of the council. Little 2 doesn't come into operation, it's little 1. At the moment, we have to deal with little 1 first.
Members, so as the Chairman said, voting on little 1, if you could indicate for, against or abstain, please. Councillor Bamford.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Miss Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Bell.
Against.
Councillor Boyce has left the meeting. Councillor Mrs Channer.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dewick.
For. Say again. For.
Thank you very much. From.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
4.
Councillor Hurd.
4.
You, Councillor Hull.
4.
You, Councillor Jarvis.
4.
Councillor Keys.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Lagan.
Against.
Councillor Mays.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Morley.
4.
Councillor Morris.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Nunn.
4.
Councillor Shaughnessy.
Abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Siddle.
4.
Councillor Skeens.
4.
Councillor Stamp.
Abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Stilts.
4.
Thank you, Councillor Swain.
4.
Councillor Mrs Thompson.
4.
Councillor Miss White.
4.
Thank you, Chairman. The results of that vote are 23 for, 4 against and 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Therefore, that is carried. And
Congratulations, leader.
Ratification of the leader designate as leader of the council until the statutory annual meeting of the council I think that was as it was, is on the order paper or at the top of little 1, so there's no need for little 2. So thank you very much, members. Moving on swiftly.
Chairman, may I just say a few words?
Absolutely. Sorry, Councillor Bamford. Yes, of course you may.
Thank you. And it's only a few words. I would like to thank all of you, obviously, supporting me, and in particular the officers who have also helped me in this challenging time. I mean, taking on this role as leader has been an overwhelming thing to do, to be honest, and I'm trying very hard now to, in liaison and cooperation with you all, to go forward positively and proactively for the benefit of the district council and the communities we serve, and put behind us the complaint culture which brought with it harmful press and behaviours. We're all having to face very challenging times, and not only in the council but our day-to-day lives, and this could change in the next month. The statutory annual is on the 5th of November and COVID is escalating. So now I have your support. I will carry on the leadership role to the best of my ability and hope that you will continue to support me, particularly at the statutory annual on the 5th of November. So thank you very much, all those who voted for me.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I've got other people here saying they wish to speak. I wouldn't ordinarily allow this, but I saw Councillor Hurd, you came in requesting to speak, and as leader of the opposition, yes, I will let you speak.
Thank you, Chairman. I would also like to offer my congratulations to Councillor Bamford, and certainly myself, and I'm sure I'm speaking for the majority of the independent group. We do look forward to working together, and like you, we would also like to put the blame culture behind us. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got now Councillor Morris. Was it to speak on this or for congratulations, or? And Councillor Stamp? I wouldn't ordinarily.
It's to speak on this, Chair.
Right, well, we've had the vote, and I would like to move on with the business, but I've let the Leader of the Opposition speak. So if you could speak succinctly, I'd be grateful.
I would invite Councillor Bamford, Councillor Hurd, and any other councillor that wants to have a chat about the past issues in an attempt to unify the council, because there hasn't been, it's not actually over yet, as we all are aware. So I would invite Councillor Hurd, Councillor Bamford, and any other councillors to have an open and honest discussion about how we can move forward, because it hasn't yet been resolved. You'd like to say it has, but it hasn't. So shall we all agree to have a meet?
I'll let the leader come back on that one. Can I go to Councillor Stamp to speak, and then Councillor Skeens briefly, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Councillor Leader Bamford. I take note on exactly what you've turned around and said, and I hope we can work together. But what you've also got to understand, especially after viewing that meeting tonight, and the way that the Conservatives all rallied around to try and reduce the recommendation of the Joint Standards Committee, some of us still have reservations about the actual wanting to work together. So I'm hoping I'm proved wrong, but I have been around a long time, even not as district councillor, but I have seen what goes on. And I do hope all your members do actually want to continue to work with the independents, because I do believe that we have got great opportunities, great people, great minds to move this council forward. And I implore you not to go back to the old ways of this council. Thank you, Chairman.
Here.
Councillor Skeens, very briefly, please. I'm losing licence here tonight. Go on.
Okay, very briefly, this phrase blame culture, that isn't what happened. We've got to be very careful how we look back on what has happened. I agree with Councillor Morris and Councillor Stamp that we all need to work together very well, but we must not try and sweep under the carpet, use a label like blame culture to explain what happened at this council.
Right, Councillor Bamford, did you wish to come back on anything or say any more?
I don't think so at this point.
No, that's
Chairman, thank you.
Can I then, Councillor Bamford, from the chair, as I'm the vice chairman at the moment, from the chair, because I'm in the chair tonight, offer my congratulations to you as well. So can we move on now, members?
Can I just get an answer to my request for an informal meeting?
Councillor Bamford,
from
would you...
the leader designate? Could I just ask the leader designate?
No, she's the leader now. She's now the leader.
I am going to answer you, Councillor Morris.
Councillor Bamford will answer you. She's the leader now.
I would
Okay, can the leader just answer? Is it okay for anyone that needs to and wants to have an informal meeting to try and resolve?
I would prefer, Councillor Morris, that I spoke to Councillor Hurd as leader of the other opposition, or the other independents, if you like, to discuss what he would prefer to do on this, because I'm not going to single out people to have discussions with. I'd rather the two groups sort it out and bring others in if necessary.
So you're
if you
excluding
don't mind. That's
So
how that is how I would like to take it forward, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was always causing the friction. So you're ignoring what's caused the friction in the beginning, which was the silly political games that were being played.
I think what Councillor Bamford's really saying is she'll meet with Councillor Hurd outside the meeting. Councillor Hurd, I'll let you come back very briefly, and I'm moving on, please. We've got further business to deal with.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, very briefly, I will speak with Councillor Bamford, and if we can sort out a meeting, we will. Thank you.
Okay.
It's not down to you two. It's down to us all. It's not down to them two. It's down to us all.
Well, Councillor Morris, I'm sure there will be discussions outside of the meeting amongst more than perhaps Councillor Bamford and Councillor Hurd. So if we can move on now, please, to agenda item number 16, which is revised.
They're failing to engage.
Which is revised schedule of meetings, October 2020 to April 2021.
Sorry, Chairman, you missed out an item.
You've missed out. Yeah, you've missed out the resignation of Councillor Harker and associated representations.
Oh, beg your pardon, I turned over 2 pages instead of 1. I do apologise. In that case, then it's agenda item number 15, and resignation of Councillor Behe Harker and associated representations, found on pages 93 to 96, members. And the same, I'm not going to keep saying this, the chat comes in. Leader, please would you present the report? Councillor Bamford, leader.
Sorry, Chairman. So yes, members, we have the report on resignation of Councillor Harker and associated representation. We have 3 small recommendations. Recommendation 1, that the nominated candidate put forward by the Heybridge Basin Parish members to replace Councillor Harker be approved. That Councillor Miss A.M. Beale be appointed in addition to the position of a Heybridge Basin Parish Councillor, to allow a greater opportunity for the Parish Council to be quorate should any future issues with members' attendance arise. And the 3rd recommendation, that the filling of all other associated committee and outside body seats and positions be deferred to the statutory annual council meeting on the 5th of November 2020. Is that seconded, please?
Seconded, Councillor Nunn.
Chairman, can I speak, Madam Chairman?
Thank you. I'm just looking at my chat. I can see Councillor Edwards has your hand up. Someone's saying, right, in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to speak on this issue. First of all, I would like to propose the recommendation that Councillor Anne Bill is appointed to the Heybridge Basin Parish Council until obviously the elections in May 2021. Councillor Bill is the 2nd Heybridge East Ward member, so she's had experience with the basin over quite a number of years. But I would also like members to look at item 3.32 and 3.35. 3.32 is a suggestion to nominate Mr. Keith Lawson of Heybridge Basin, also to the parish council. Mr. Lawson has worked in local government for 40 years, the last 20 in senior position as head of service. He knows the basins and he's the chairman of the regatta committee. He was also part of the secretariat of the referendum team, which steered the process of creating Heybridge Basin Parish Council in the first place. No doubt he will put himself forward for election in May 2021 if we have elections, but my concern, because Councillor Harker resigned, left the parish council non-core and we couldn't operate. If we had 2 additional members, then that situation could be avoided if one of us is ill, on holiday, or resigns. So I would ask members to, first of all, recommend Councillor Bill, and to secondly, to recommend Mr. Keith Lawson to join Heybridge Basin Parish Council. And the section 91 of the Local Government Act 1972 does allow this. So thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Mr. Quelch, I hope you're still there.
I am still here, Chair.
Right. We've seen the recommendation on the order paper. We've heard what Councillor Edwards has to say.
Yes.
And I think he's saying he'd like members. I mean, it has been seconded now. I'm sure I heard a voice seconded. I don't think I imagined it.
Yeah.
I hope not. I
No,
think
you didn't.
it was Councillor Mays. Right, I recognise the voice. So, from what Councillor Edwards said, that would be possible. Or can you explain? Obviously, officers have prepared this report, so that's what I'm coming to. Really, whoever.
Yeah, it's one of those very borderline issues because it's one of those situations where a recommendation of a report, as you know, is treated as a motion, which obviously can be amended. Adding more people in, whether that really goes beyond the original motion is an interesting question. It's certainly within the flow of it, but it's in effect adding more than the 2 people that have been put forward. So really, Chairman, it's a matter for you whether you think that in effect it's an amendment, isn't it?
Yes, but it's naming another person.
Yes.
And it's adding words. That's where I'm seeking the guidance on. It is adding words, but it's in the name of another person. So that's why I felt just
so in
that
effect,
question.
I mean, the recommendation is obviously for Mr. Lawson and for Councillor Miss Beale, isn't it? That's as it stands. Yes. And I think what Councillor Edwards is saying, there should be more.
No, sorry.
No, he's asking for Councillor Lawson. I think because he doesn't see that Councillor Lawson in the recommendation. Is that where you're coming from?
Madam Chairman, yes, it's not in the recommendation, but it is in the report of the director's
report.
Right. In which case, if sorry, then I wasn't clear. I'm sorry, Councillor Edwards. So what Councillor Edwards is actually saying is that the nominated candidate should be the person that's mentioned in the report, namely Mr. Keith Lawson.
Along with Councillor Beale too.
And Miss Beale as well, who's already. So in which case that is in accordance with the recommendation. There is no issue there.
Right. Okay. Only I haven't got the report in front of me. I'm sorry. So, Councillor Edwards, could you just read out the part where it refers to Mr. Lawson?
Given the recent issues around, given the recent issues around the parish not being quorate and able to act with the missing member, officers suggest it would be prudent to appoint 2 candidates to the position of parish councillors, allowing the parish council to address any future decision making should a member not be available.
Right, so it appears to me that perhaps the intention of the report, and that's why I'm just checking with officers, whoever drew up the recommendation, the intention was that there should be 2 appointed.
Chairman, through you, if I could, yes. I apologise that this is an oversight. That was the intention, and that is what the recommendation should have said.
Right, so the recommendation then is to appoint Councillor Anne Beale be appointed in addition to the position of Heybridge Parish Councillor to allow greater opportunity. What does that mean? Be appointed in addition to the position of a Heybridge Parish Councillor?
It should mean in addition to the to Councillor Beale.
It says there that Councillor Miss A.M. Beale be appointed in addition to the position of a Heybridge. In addition to the position, what does it mean be appointed to the position of a Heybridge Parish Councillor? Am I reading it wrong? I do apologise if I am.
I think, Chairman, if I may, I think
I think
the recommendation is saying is that in addition means in addition to number 1, which is Keith Lawson.
Exactly. That is what it should have said.
So it's the name that's missing.
That's missing
It's the name that's missing. So Keith Lawson should be in number 1. Is that what you've said, Mr. Quelch?
I think that's right.
Yes.
I think as Miss Bird is saying, number 1 should really put in that Mr. Keith Lawson should be there to replace Councillor Harker, so his name goes in there, and that in addition, Councillor Miss Beale should be appointed as a 4th councillor. I think that's what the intention is.
Right. So one covers Keith. Number 1 covers Mr. Lawson, and number 2 covers Miss Beale.
Yeah.
Sorry, if I very briefly can, Chairman, through you, that's absolutely correct, and it refers to the nominated candidate because the existing members of the parish council nominated Mr. Lawson.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, does that satisfy you now? Because I think it's clear that the name should be in little 1.
It is clear now, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And thank you for picking that up. I read the report and I have to say I missed that. So thank you very much for bringing that to the attention. And you heard Mr. Dodson did give an apology there. So members, are we clear on that? Little 1 actually should have the name in as well. The nominated candidate is Mr. Keith Lawson. And then 2 and 3 stand. So it's just a minor, well, when I say minor, technicality, it's making it absolutely clear what should have been reflected from the report into the recommendation. So I think that was seconded by Councillor Mays. I suppose I better declare that I do know Mr. Keith Lawson. I haven't seen him for a while, but I have worked with him in the past, so I will declare that. Can I move, therefore? You're happy with 1, 2 and 3. Are you happy, Leader, for me to move the recommendation?
Speak, please.
Oh, who wants to speak? Sorry. Councillor Hurd, was that? I've got you flashing, Councillor Hurd. Or is it Councillor Morris? Sorry.
It was me, Chairman.
Councillor Durham as well.
Oh, Councillor Durham. Who came for who? Right, Councillor Morris, because I can see first, and then Councillor Durham.
I have my hand and the chat on. I'm very pleased that this has come through because, unfortunately, Heybridge Basin Parish Council haven't been able to sit for some time now. There have been issues that have been raised with me as the county member that, unfortunately, the Parish Council haven't been able to discuss. So I've had to deal direct with the clerk, Mr. Watson, who's done an excellent job. Now, I think perhaps now that the Parish Council is quorate, once they have a meeting, they should be discussing whether their membership is going to provide them with enough resilience in the future, because clearly, that we don't want to go back to the situation where through sickness or anything else, the Parish Council is unable to meet and carry out its business. But I'm very pleased this has been resolved. Thank you.
Well, we've got to have the vote yet, but Councillor Morris.
I would just like to know how a unelected person has managed to leapfrog me, the elected representative for Heybridge West, as I've got exactly the same mandate as Councillor Edwards has got, and I've not even been consulted about it. How has that happened?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure who can. Anyone like to comment? I can't make any comment. To be honest. No, I don't think anyone can answer.
That would be Heybridge Basin
Parish Council. So I think that's not a matter. It's probably a matter outside of here.
I think it should be explored, and this should perhaps be deferred until that is explored. It is explored.
Well, there has been the recommendation. It was seconded. Councillor Hurd, you keep flashing. Are you asking to speak? I can't see a meter.
I don't know why. No, I certainly don't. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Right. Well, this recommendation and as we know, the error, if you like, and I don't mean it quite like that, but the name of Mr. Keith Lawson should have been in recommendation 1, and then recommendation 2 remains as is, and then recommendation 3. That I take it that Councillor Mayes, you're happy, bearing in mind Councillor Edwards is, to accept that the name should be put in. That I suspect you're happy that that should be the case.
Yes, I am.
Right. So therefore, members, I have to move that recommendation. Shall we? Can we do it by assent, or shall I do a roll call?
Agreed.
Agreed.
I'd like to agree.
Agreed.
Could
Is there any
we
dissent?
have a
Any
recorded
dissent?
vote, please?
Any dissent? No,
Could we have a
I moved
recorded
the
vote?
recommendation first, Councillor Morris, before you came in with recorded vote. And it
Ask
was
for a record with everyone else before you done it.
Sorry?
Record, please.
I didn't hear that before I moved. Sorry, Councillor Mayes, did you hear it?
Yes. Yeah, I also did ask for a recorded vote on this particular issue. Yes, I'm sorry. You may not have heard. There was a lot of talking.
I didn't hear. Well, if that was seconded, was it seconded? I didn't call for a seconder at that point.
I'll second that, Councillor Bell.
Right, okay, let's go to recorded vote then. And it's with the recommendations as they are, but with the inclusion in little one of Councillor Keith Lawson. I think I've got that right.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, Tara, I think I've got that right, haven't I? You can just confirm.
Chairman, just the addition of the wording in recommendation 1.
The name, yeah.
Yes, the name. Yeah.
Right. Thank you for as the name that was in the embodiment of the report. Right. Thank you. In that case, can you do the necessary? I do apologise for you doing this again.
No problem at all. Members, so I'll call your names alphabetically. If you could just indicate for, against or abstain, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Am I allowed to vote?
Yes, you are.
For.
Councillor Beale. Brian Beale, sorry.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Channer.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dewick.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Mrs Fleming.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker. Councillor Fluker.
Gone.
Right.
Did you say someone then? I didn't hear it, Tara.
Councillor Hurd.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mayes.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Against.
Councillor Nunn.
For.
Councillor Shaughnessy.
For.
Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
Abstain.
Councillor Stamp.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Swain.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Thompson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Miss White.
For.
Thank you. Chairman, the results of that is 24 for, 1 against and 3 abstentions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tara, Miss Bird. That therefore has been agreed. Thank you. So can we move on now? And now I'm back on the one where I overturned the page twice. Agenda item number 16, revised schedule of meetings, October 2020 to 21. Leader, if I can come to you, and if any member wishes to speak, but Leader, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Members, this is the revised schedule of meetings from October 2020 to April 2021. The recommendation is that we accept the revised schedule of meetings for October 2020 to April 2021 attached at Appendix 1, and that be approved.
Is that seconded, please?
Seconded, Chairman, thank you.
Seconded and agreed.
Okay. Can we agree to assent, please?
Chairman, I've got 2 speakers.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Oh, sorry, 1 speaker. Councillor Lagan wants to speak.
Oh, Councillor Lagan. Sorry, I do apologise.
No, that's all right, the Chair. Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Thompson, for agreeing it prior to the debate. Just 1 point, just a question that if I could ask, please, on section 3.1(2), the PGA. Why is that meeting at 2 o'clock and not after 6 o'clock in the evening, the same as the others? Because I find that all the meetings prior to COVID lockdown were evening meetings, with exceptions of very, very few. And evening meetings allow more inclusion by both members and also members of the public. So is there any specific reason why we've changed that?
No, it wasn't changed actually, Councillor. I'll let the leader come in, but that is historic. And what it's to do with it's because we do have the auditors come in to the meetings as well. And I believe that was the reason. But leader?
Yes, Chairman, you've more or less explained. I mean, when this was an audit committee, it nearly always met in the afternoon anyway, because the external auditors and the internal auditors, which are outside bodies, come and present the reports to the committee. So it makes more sense to have it in the afternoon rather than the evening.
Thank
so
you
that's the reason, Councillor Lagan.
Thank you, Leader.
So I think, can we, did we have the agree, or because I let Councillor Lagan speak, can I just have it by assent then, just to double check?
Yeah.
Agreed. Agree by assent. Thank you very much indeed. Agenda item number 17, I haven't turned my page over twice now. Revisions to remote committee procedures, and this is on pages 101 to 114. And leader, can I call on you, please?
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So the recommendation, members, is that the revised remote protocol document at Appendix A and associated updates to working practices be adopted. Now, I think Officer Dodson wanted to come in to just explain some of the changes that, pick out the main points of the changes going forward if this procedure is adopted.
Mr. Dodson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, based on technology updates and lessons learned, these are some updates to the remote meeting protocol that have been suggested to improve the way committee meetings run, and they include use of hands up rather than chat to indicate a wish to speak. So it's an easier method for members and publicly visible. And that functionality is now available on all devices. We're also suggesting a move to all members leaving cameras on but muting themselves where broadband allows, and that makes it clearer for members of the public tracking the meeting to understand who all the members are and to see them. Live public participation, whereby those making representations will dial into the meeting and read their own statements. We've now purchased and tested the technology for this, and it completes a previous council request. And members will also note there was an update addendum sent round, and that also has added in a recommendation or a protocol linking to the use of chat within the meetings, and for it to be limited to those who are on the committee involved. Thank you.
Is that referring to Appendix A?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. I was going to draw attention to that, but you've yes, covered that. Thank you. Leader? Councillor Bamford, leader?
Yes, sorry, Chairman. I think there were various people who wanted to speak. No, not right.
Okay, but that you're happy with that, so I can now move on to speakers.
Yes.
Thank you. Right. I think it's Carly Mays. Councillor Mays, were you asking to speak on this? Was that the previous one?
No, I'd like to speak on this one, Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for producing this report. I'm not entirely sure that I'm happy with the tone of the report and some of the recommendations. Some of the items are I think, very obvious that we need to move with the times, and it involves the use of technology, and we would move with those times. And I don't see why a report would need to be produced in order to do that. There are certain items in here that I feel are being aimed at all of us, whereas actually they are only really related to a very specific member, and I think that is unfair. I will not be told. Hang on, please. Could I just finish?
Yes, I'm sorry. I can hear someone in the background. Has someone got something on, or was that someone speaking? If someone's got something in the background, could you please mute and let Councillor Mayes please continue?
I don't know who instigated this report, which is several pages long and has been altered a number of times, as I can see, with links, and that doesn't take, just 5 minutes to do. How much time did this take? Who was involved? Why was it instigated? I'm not sure that I can actually support this at the moment. Furthermore, I will not be told what photograph I can or cannot use as my public profile. I'm an elected member. I currently have Tinky Winky. The reason I have Tinky Winky is because I am known as Tinky Winky as a beekeeper. I will not be told what I have to have in that respect, and no member should. And I take offence at that. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Right, I think, and I'm just hoping I've got these names right. Councillor Stamp, were you wishing to speak?
Yeah, I think Councillor Mayes must have been looking over my shoulder. Most of what I said, I put why was this commissioned? Too late to read the amendments. It came this afternoon. Madam Chair, through you, some of us actually do work and have day jobs. We can't drop everything to see read amendments that come out so late in the afternoon. I don't agree with this. I feel we're being dictated to, and I actually do not support the recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. We need to be careful that we don't get involved in some kind of virtual gerrymandering. I'm very aware that bandwidth is an issue for many members. So actually expecting members to have their video on, I think, could actually exclude some members who live in areas that are poorly served by broadband. So I think we need to be careful. And also, just to echo what Councillor Mayes and Councillor Stamp have said, I won't be told what photo I can have and what photo I can't. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Obviously, the officer will come back and answer me. I think the video issue is that all I will say is that county, and I'll declare an interest here. We do keep the videos on, and we have the hand actually, which seems to be, if I'm honest, a better way of getting people to speak. And the reason the video's on, the members of the public who are out there in, join in the meeting, they're able to see it, but I'm obviously going to let the answer come back, the officer come back. Councillor Durham, please. I'm going through these and letting the officer come back and answer all points. Councillor Durham.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, on the whole, my comment is about time, because I've been very critical of the way that we've conducted meetings. You as a county member, I mean, I'm doing 6 or 7 meetings a day, not only involving county, but national. We're the only meeting that has cameras off. But yes, of course, if there is a bandwidth issue, then people turn them off because people are sensible. They know how to control themselves. It has never been a problem. I just think that the inflexibility that we've had in these months has been, frankly lamentable. So I'm wholeheartedly in support of it, but I too will not be dictated to as to the photograph or the background that I use. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Councillor Skeens, please.
Yes, agree with more or less everything that Councillor Stamp and Councillor Bell said, and Councillor Mayes. I am concerned about the video. Apart from anything, one consideration is that we are doing this from home. And even though normally we would be going to an office, you're in a home environment, and I, as a foster carer, sometimes have to deal with a situation which means I literally cannot have the camera on. So while I can still attend, there are times I have to pass something or give something to somebody or just signal to something, which does not necessarily, if it does interrupt my concentration, then I won't take part in the vote. But I can't have the camera on all the time for that reason, and it's because we're in the home environment. I think that's probably a problem. It's great we can have the camera on when we're talking, when we're voting, fine, but I have a bit of a problem with having it on all the time.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, just say I actually agree with this in totality, really. I'm not bothered about dictating what photo. Don't think anybody really wants to look at my photo anyway. But what I would say is I'm absolutely delighted about the public participation, because for me, that's been something that's really been lacking. So, yeah, there might be some bits that need tinkering, but because we can now include the public, I think that's absolutely fantastic. But I would also say that sometimes it is difficult to have the video on if the broadband's slow. I had a meeting this morning, and for some reason, I don't know what was wrong with my broadband, it crashed out halfway through, and I think I finally got in to send a message just when it closed, which is a bit frustrating. So that's just a point to be made, that sometimes we can't have the video on.
Thank you. Councillor Morris, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think everybody knows that these have basically been brought in to try and curb me. I think that you guys need to really be careful about Article 10 of the European Convention for Human Rights, and I would thank you for showing how I managed to make an impact. I've obviously got some officers and councillors shaking like a defecating dog. So crack on, guys. I will put up what I want. I have been voted in. I'll say what I want. I'll put up what I want. It's for the voters to vote me out, not for you guys to tell me what to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Hurd.
Thank you, Chairman. As you can see from the background that I choose, I try to make it relevant as I can to the meeting, wherever that may be. I think it is a duty upon us all to put forward a professional image. We are, after all, people who are supposed to set examples to other people. So I think the good rule of good order, politeness, civility and professionalism should prevail.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan, a quick point, please. You say you want to make?
Well said, Councillor Hurd.
Yeah, I just said thanks very much indeed. As the public participation part of it is well needed. There's been a lot of good work, but the tone of it is written like we're a bunch of children on occasions. So I think it needs re-looking at, and the tone changed. But I don't disagree with the majority of the ethos that's in there. And I do also feel that a lot of this has been put in to target a certain member, which I'm disappointed about.
Councillor Stamp, please. I think you may have spoken, but come back.
Yes, I'd like to. Thank you, Chairman. I totally agree with what Councillor Langan has just said, and Councillor Morris. Hang on a minute, and I disagree actually, sorry, Leader of the Independent Group, with Mark Hurd. I just cannot believe that we're still actually thinking along these lines. I mean, for goodness sake, I could turn round and give you a spiel about what we've just discussed tonight, where people were going to vote to support Councillor Fluker to have his breach of code of conduct, homophobic behaviour, etc. reduced. But yet we're targeting Councillor Morris, who, yes, we don't like his methods. Not many people do. Sorry, Councillor Morris, I don't mean to be rude to you directly, but we have different conversations. But hang on a minute, don't use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Do not put me in the same bracket of, hang on please, Chairman, I am allowed to speak for 2 minutes, and I heard Councillor Fluker smoozing everybody in the break and you saying how well you're doing, etc, etc.
I didn't say how well I was doing.
He was saying how
no,
well.
I'm sorry.
Chairman, he did. He said you do a very good job.
Councillor Mrs Stamp, I just want to correct that. You made it sound as though I was saying how well I was doing.
I said Councillor Fluker, if you actually did listen, Chairman, I said Councillor Fluker said it. So please let me finish. And I actually do disagree with this. And I think we have to be careful that we're not going to set double standards here. Not one of us is infallible and not one of us is perfect. So please stop picking on individual councillors who you feel you can pick off, or some people can pick off one at a time. Thank you.
Cozy up to the vote.
Councillor Nunn,
Cozy up to the Chairman.
Councillor Nunn.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Clearly, there is an appetite amongst some of us to revisit the protocols, and I'm also very pleased about the issues around public participation. But as this affects all of us as members, shouldn't this actually have been looked at by a member working group to draw this up, rather than have it imposed on us by officers?
Yeah.
So I would suggest that we don't actually adopt this at the moment, but we have sorry to sound a bit bureaucratic, but we have a working group of members with advice from officers, including Mr. Quelch, so that we can actually put a paper together to bring to council for recommended adoption.
I'd second that proposal.
Yep.
Well, we've already had the recommendation on the table, and that's seconded. You have to make clear if that's an amendment. Mr. Dodson, I'm coming back to you before going to the leader. If you could answer some of those points.
More than happy to come back, Chairman. Thank you. What I'd point out initially, particularly around, I think Councillor Mays asked why this was commissioned or where this came from. This isn't aimed at anyone in particular. This is the protocol that was first approved in May and was brought in purely to make sure that the meetings that are held remotely can function properly. Most of the changes that have been made to the protocol have been in response to either requests from members or through the changes to the technology. Teams has regularly been updated throughout this period. So whilst I disagree with the point that many members have made, obviously this is brought in to try and make meetings run smoothly, and it's for all members to abide by. Clearly, officers cannot dictate to members, and members must vote on the protocols that are put forward, but were brought forward in the best of faith by officers. Thank you.
All right, Leader, did you want to come back? I think I've heard your recommendation, and then that was seconded, but there was then someone making a counter proposal, sort of amendment to that recommendation. I believe I just heard seconded as well.
Well, thank you, Chair.
I mean, somebody was me.
Yes, it was Councillor Nunn, but someone seconded it. But I'm sorry, I didn't pick up the voice.
I seconded it. Next,
so Leader, there was your proposal which was seconded, but there is that one that's coming as amendment.
So we have an amendment as well as the recommendation.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure it was an amendment. I think it was
proposal.
Just for I mean, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we should go ahead and vote on this, and if it's turned down, then create a working group. Unless, of course, I'm wrong.
I think what the answer is that the recommendation, as I said previously, I'm just making the leader aware, was your recommendation was seconded. What's happened is, rather than an amendment, possibly it's not an amendment because it was actually seeking that we defer this, I think the wording was, if I'm remembering correctly, and that a working group of members be established to look at this. So that's a different proposal. So because your recommendation came in first, then that would have to be moved by me first. But I'm coming back to you because having heard the member debate.
Right.
Mr. Dodson had to say.
Chairman, can I speak? I have indicated.
Well,
Leader, just a quick point.
Leader, are you happy?
Yes, let Councillor Durham speak.
Councillor Durham, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm mindful of time.
No, absolutely. I take on board what Councillor Nunn has suggested, but we really haven't got time because how we're conducting meetings at the moment is clunky. We look ridiculous to the general public, and I think with the greatest respect, we can't have a working group that's then got to report back and then go through this again. I would like to propose an amendment to remove the part about selected photographs, but and the other point I'd like to make is that the technology has changed massively since we started this. I've lamented the fact that we don't use Zoom, which many other authorities use. But the thing that I have found is that neither Zoom nor Teams necessarily updates itself automatically. So it's absolutely essential that members physically go and update their various bits of software manually, otherwise you will miss out on features. But we haven't got time for a working group. Let's vote this through, and let's please conduct our meetings in a far more open and transparent way. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Yes, so Leader, I'll come back to you. I'd just like to say
thank you, Chairman.
Yeah.
I was really more or less going to say what Councillor Durham has just said, that
Yeah.
you know, I don't think we've got time to mess about going to working parties. Cause a lot of problems for officers as well in timing and everything else. Working parties. Can we not just remove? I was trying to find the point where it mentions photographs, because I think that was the main issue. Yes, 4.2. Members should only use a professional image of themselves or a blank image as their team's profile picture. Can that not just be taken out? And if that was taken out, surely that's okay, I would have thought. I mean, that seems to be the main issue that most people have raised. But if it's not, then, you know, we'll just have to take the vote on the recommendation that's been seconded.
Right, well, yes, the recommendation has been seconded. I've got the proposal from Councillor Nunn, but I have to get rid of this proposal first. But you're now advocating that to remove the pictures, the point about the pictures.
Remove that one point, but there seems to be others that want more than that. So
take a vote.
Yes, let's
just take the vote on it. Take the vote as it stands.
As was. Right. In that case, members, I think we've all had I want to move on, and because there was a proposal and seconded, I know Councillor Nunn came in with something else, but I have to get rid of this proposal first. Can we take the vote? And I will do a roll call on this.
Chairman, Councillor Bell hasn't spoken.
Thank you, Councillor Stamp. No, I'm happy to go with the vote now, and then we'll revisit my point if we need.
Councillor Bell, I didn't see you come up. Do apologise. If there's anyone else I've missed, but I believe I've let everyone. I thought Councillor Durham was the last one coming back.
Chairman, I did want to say about not losing the chat function. I know Councillor Bamford, the leader, turned around and said it was only about the pictures. I don't think we should lose the chat function either. So if we're going to make amendments, can we make the amendments that everybody's in agreement to make the amendments on, please, Chairman?
Well, it wasn't, when you say an amendment, I don't know that was seconded. I think we need.
Can we just go to the vote on this particular?
Yes, I think we go to the. Yes, we'll go to the vote on the recommendation. As first, sorry, Councillor Morris.
Vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Please.
Yes. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Councillor.
Right.
I'll
second it. In that case, we'll go to the vote on the recommendation. That was duly seconded. Tara, I'm sorry, I have to call on you again.
That's all right, Chairman, no problem at all.
Councillor Bamford moved and seconded. Right, thank you.
Yes. So the recommendation as set out in the report with no amendments.
Yes, correct. And I'm for that, Tara.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bassinger.
Against.
Councillor Miss Beale.
Abstain.
You, Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Bell.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Channer.
For.
Hewick. Councillor Dewick. Durham.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Fleming.
For.
Councillor Fluker. He's left. Councillor Hurd.
I think we should have a working group. I'm going against.
Okay. Councillor Helm. Councillor Hull.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Against. I think it needs more work.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Against.
Councillor Morley.
For.
Councillor Morris.
Councillor Morris. We can't hear you. You might be on mute. I can't. Yeah, I can't. Councillor Morris, are you there? You're on mute. I can't seem to get him, Tara.
No, okay. I'll move on. Councillor Nunn.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
Against. I think we need a working group.
Councillor Siddle.
Against.
Councillor Skeens.
I think we've got plenty of time. COVID's going to be around for ages. Against.
Councillor Stamp.
Against.
Councillor Stilts.
Against.
Councillor Swain.
Against.
Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Oh, we seem to be putting our own feelings about pictures ahead of public participation. I think this is wrong.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White.
Absolutely for. We must allow the public to contribute to our meetings. It's vitally important and part of democracy. And it's ridiculous. We're not supporting this.
We've already had the debate.
Chair, can I please have my vote noted as against?
We did try and get you, Councillor Morris. I think you were on mute earlier.
The vote wasn't closed, so we can speak.
Strangely.
Right. Okay, Tara, please.
Am I including Councillor Morris in that, Chairman?
He did seem to be on mute, and he seemed to be in the meeting.
I was in the meeting. I do know what a mute button is.
Yeah.
The vote wasn't closed, Chairman, so you can't stop him from voting.
I haven't said I have, Councillor Mrs.
Well,
thank you.
I'm helping you, Chairman, through you, the Chair.
Chairman, the results of the vote, therefore,
and that's Councillor Morris included.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. 10 for, 15 against, and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. Just say that again. 10
for, 15 against.
Yes.
And 1 abstention.
In that case, then that fails. So I'm afraid that recommendation has failed, Leader. Therefore, have to move now on.
To the alternative.
Yes, which is
the working group.
I haven't finished yet. Councillor Nunn's proposal, which was seconded. I believe I can now put that. Can I, Mr. Quelch? I believe I can.
This seems to have, this is the difficulty with the way our constitution works, is that a motion put in without notice can only be what Rule 5 says. And yes. Rule 5 says that.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yes.
So this is something that is quite different.
Yes, it is.
So I don't think it actually follows the requirements of the Constitution. Now, that's not whether I like it or not. I'm just trying to tell you what the Constitution says, and it's your Constitution.
Yes. I think you're right. Notice of every motion other than motion which under Rule 5 may be moved without notice shall be given in writing and signed by a member, blah, 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 blah. And it does say, actually, on the rules of debate, it holds a whole list of motions that can be moved without notice.
That's my understanding, Chairman. So as maybe members feel this is desirable, but the Constitution doesn't permit this to be put forward at the moment. A motion would have to be put in and then dealt with at the next council meeting.
Sorry, that was my error. I might have Sorry, I might have what's the word? Misread Councillor Nunn there when I said I could move it. So that's probably my fault. You're right. And also there is a whole list of motions and amendments which may be moved without notice, and it doesn't, I don't think, fall into that category either.
Through the chair, does it ask
Chairman, if that
5 members call for a motion?
I'm sorry, Councillor Lagan, I couldn't hear what you said. You're very faint.
Sorry, Chair. I'm sorry for shouting. It's very rude of me, but I just want. I'm sure I read somewhere, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Any member and any officer, that a part of that list does mention somewhere that a motion that is requested by 5 members can be raised at that point. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
That's rule 5, I think. And hold on, I've got it in front of me here. Well, let me just give me a moment.
Chairman, can I make a suggestion?
Of course you can.
Thank you. As the report recommendations fell, can I make a suggestion that under delegated powers I refer it to the corporate governance working group to be looked at?
Chairman, can I come back on that, because I would like to say no, because at the last meeting, and I'm going to bring it up, Chairman's leader's question, I questioned the number of independents being allowed on that group, and I've had no comeback. The minutes was agreed earlier that my point was taken, but I've had nothing back from the previous leader. And as it stands, that governance group Paul Dodson's talking about is overloaded and not politically balanced as it is at the moment. So sorry, Mr. Dodson, I don't agree with that.
That's fine. Just trying to help and find a solution.
Sorry, can we have one at a time, please, and through the chair? Can we have one at a time and through the chair? I want to find a way of progressing this.
Trusted. The officers cannot trust. Through the chair, officers cannot be trusted.
Councillor Morris, I think that's a rather unfair comment to make in this meeting, and I'd rather you had refrained from saying that. Thank you very much. I want to find a way around this, because obviously we do need...
There appears to not be a way around this. The way around this would be for the officers to try and not dictate to the council what they are doing. And the officers cannot be trusted. I have attempted to speak to the officers and the other councillors. No one wants to engage.
Councillor Morris, the point is the recommendation has fallen, so we want to progress it. Mr. Dodson's come forward with saying about going to the governance working group, which actually to me does sound very sensible, because there is a governance working group that is in situ at the moment. So I think that sounds a very, very sensible proposition. Councillor Skeens, I'll let you speak. I don't want to have a whole debate on this because it's now 10 to 10 and we've gone over the hour I was hoping to finish the meeting by. What it was scheduled for.
I'll be very brief. I voted on the basis that Stephen Nunn's Councillor Nunn's amendment would be
amendment, it was a proposal.
Okay, yes, his proposal, as I pointed out, his proposal would be considered. That's why and I suspect a lot of other people did too. We've got to find a way to set up this working group.
Yes,
absolutely.
Chairman. Is someone going to the corporate working group? I would propose that. Would that be seconded?
Chairman, I've been trying to speak.
I haven't seen your... Right, OK, Councillor Nunn.
Yes, it is. It's in chat. Actually, again, are we not tying ourselves up in knots about this? The recommendation was that the revised remote protocol document and associated updates to working practices be adopted. I am not saying they shouldn't be adopted. I'm suggesting an amendment, which is a working group looks at the document before it's brought to council. So surely that is acceptable.
That wasn't, Councillor Nunn, when I say it was a proposal, that's what you said. And you've heard from the monitoring officer, it was a proposal. It wasn't an amendment to the original recommendation. It was a totally new thing. I think actually what I'll do to sort this out, I think actually I will say, we'll take Councillor Nunn's proposal that was seconded, and I think was that Councillor Mays?
Yes.
Right, it was. Councillor Mrs. Thompson, I'll let others speak. Will you just come in quickly and end, and then we'll move this forward?
I I will. I'm not sure where this lands constitutionally, but I am very concerned about us putting off the public participation while we discuss all this other business. Is there, can I ask through you, Chairman, is there some way of agreeing the public participation part and leaving the rest for wherever it's going to go? Thank you, Chairman.
There is, if someone, I've now got Councillor Nunn's proposal and I've got that seconded. If someone makes a proposal with that amendment, and I'm going to perhaps not cut the corners here, but I can say that if someone was to make that amendment, if Councillor Nunn was to make that amendment, let's put it this way, to include that public participation element is agreed, but look, have the working group for the other aspects. I'm just trying to actually get some business done here so we can move forward with this.
Thank you, Chair.
I would second that amendment if it was made.
All right, so Councillor Nunn, you made that proposal which was seconded.
Yes, that's fine. I make that. Yes,
I'm trying to move this forward so we can get this business dealt with. Right, so can I then ask
I'll second that.
No, Councillor Mays was the seconder, I believe, of Councillor Nunn. Councillor Mays, I have to come to you as the seconder. I'm trying to just execute the business here. Under Rule 23, the chairman can perhaps, with the Constitution, do my own interpretation. I heard what Mr. Quelch said, but I don't want to leave this meeting without something on the table. So therefore, are you happy to accept that the public participation is accepted, but we do the proposal then that Councillor Nunn had working party go, that proposal?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Right. Are we all clear then what we're now going to be voting on to try and execute and get this business moving forward?
Chairman, sorry to interrupt. There are quite a lot of members that have asked to speak, and I just would like to clarify with regards to the working group. Are the members suggesting a working group, or is it something that we're sending to corporate governance? It's just not quite clear. Sorry.
Councillor Nunn, it was your proposal.
Working
Can you
group,
make it clear
please.
to members, please? So we get it seconded.
Yes, right. So my clear proposal then is that we do not adopt this document at this stage, except the issues around public participation, which can be adopted, but we have a working group that looks at the rest of the document.
With political balance, Councillor Nunn.
Is that members?
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, members, yeah.
Right. Is that seconded? I have to ask the seconder, Councillor Mays.
Seconded, Councillor Bell.
No, Councillor Mays, are you happy with that? Because you did the initial thing. I'm trying to.
Yes,
I'm now actually interpreting. How can I put it? Standing orders in my way to move this forward. Now.
Yes, I agree with the proposal
that
Councillor Nunn put forward.
Do I need a roll call?
No,
agreed. Chairman, sorry, I'm going to interrupt again if that's all right. Sorry. I've taken a note of what Councillor Nunn said about working group.
Can we please be quiet? Tara Bird wants to say something. Thank you, Tara.
Sorry, Chairman. Just in respect of the proposal, the working group, is the council going to nominate members to the working group tonight? Is that what's being proposed? Because it's not.
That wasn't what Councillor Nunn put forward.
No, he just put that just to have a working group that looks at the rest of the documentation. It's just whether or not who's actually going to determine who sits on that working group.
And as long as it's
using an existing
balanced
group.
I think that Mr. Dobson, we could have determined that the working group. I heard Councillor Nunn say it was Councillor Stamp raised politically balanced. I think Councillor Nunn said yes, that would be the case. I don't know if we want to come up with names tonight. I think it might be for the individual leaders to look at that and put name forward.
Can I suggest that this goes forward to statutory annual? It's only a few weeks away. That we have the working party for this on the statutory annual list.
Yes.
Yes, agreed.
Are we happy with that?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
Right, I think now, so therefore, Councillor Nunn, just to do this bit properly, you therefore remove your proposal, and Councillor Mays, as a seconder, is happy to remove that, and we go with what the leader has now brought forward. Are you content to remove your proposal?
I am indeed.
Councillor Mays, are you happy as the seconder to agree to that removal of the proposal?
Yes.
In that case, then Councillor Bamford has now put forward that this item goes on to the statutory annual meeting. Is that seconded?
Yes.
Councillor Hurd, seconded.
Yes.
Right. Can we now please, by assent, agree to
Agreed.
that?
Agreed.
Chairman,
Agreed.
Sorry, Councillor Bamford.
I'm not really sure what you. I thought we were agreeing tonight. I thought we were agreeing tonight the public participation part of this procedure. We're agreeing that, but the rest of it is to go to a working party, and that working party composition will be made up of members at the statutory annual.
Sorry,
That's what I was trying to say.
Sorry, I misinterpreted what you said. I thought you were meaning put it on the agenda for the statutory annual.
No, that isn't what I was suggesting, but everyone else seems to have agreed something different. So I was
we
suggesting.
can go back if that's what you meant and I misinterpreted. I think Councillor Nunn did as well, because I asked him if he was happy with that.
I took it as read that we'd agreed to the public participation element, and we were going to look at a working group at the statutory annual.
Yes, that's right. Councillor Nunn is what I understands what I would.
And Councillor Mays, you're happy with that?
Yeah.
So can we agree that by assent? Sorry, that was my misinterpretation. When you said that, I thought you were meaning something else. Are we all happy by assent?
Yes, agreed.
We're happy to agree that, Chairman. Is the committee clerk clear what we have agreed?
So, Tara, it's the public participation is agreed tonight. The working group goes forward to the statutory annual.
Yes, Chairman, I've got that. That's
You're clear.
Sorry, I misinterpreted what the leader was meaning. I thought she was meaning put the whole item back on the agenda at the statutory annual. So I apologise for that. That's how I interpreted it. Right. No, we've dealt with it, Councillor Morris, I'm afraid. That was done.
I asked before you dealt with it. I've been asking for a recorded vote for 5 minutes.
Well, I'm not sure I heard that, but did anyone else hear? Was it seconded?
It wasn't seconded, but I did hear it, Madam Chairman.
I don't believe it was seconded, Councillor Morris. Who seconded it?
For anyone to second it.
Move on, Chairman.
Yes, I'm going to move on. I'm sorry, Councillor Morris. I didn't hear that. I will be frank. I didn't hear you call for a recorded vote.
And because you didn't hear it, you asked if it was seconded.
Well,
it wasn't seconded.
Well,
so,
I'm afraid we've moved on. The vote's been taken, and the issue will be coming up. Councillor Morris, the issue will be coming up at the statutory annual. Right, moving on, please. Questions to Leader of the Council in accordance with Procedure Rule 1(3)(m).
Yes, me. I've been asking all night.
Right. That was earlier on in the meeting. And Councillor Stamp. Right. Councillor Morris. Councillor Morris.
I'm here.
Right. Sorry, well, you did. We lost you earlier on in the meeting. Well, not so long ago, actually. Right. Please proceed.
In this meeting as well. Councillor Bamford, from the 24th of August this year, the bailiff industry has been able to recommence its enforcement action, and this council has been taking advantage of that. I would like to draw your attention to the Tribunal Courts and Enforcement Act of 2007 and the Taking Control of Goods regulations, which basically protect vulnerable people from this type of enforcement. I would suggest that this council should put together a way of identifying and helping vulnerable residents so that we don't add to anyone's distress in this time. Would you, as the leader, be supportive of helping our vulnerable residents and not sending bailiffs to them?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Morris. You obviously have put me on a spot here because I don't have all the knowledge about this regulations that you're talking about. I would like to seek the advice of the officers that would deal with this sort of thing. Of course, the council are going to help as many vulnerable people as they can. And I'm